Safe search off. Speaking of safe search off, chat, it's time for you guys to say hi, YouTube. Yeah, maybe not my best transition but you know, hi YouTube. We're diving back into Waterlungs, chat. You lads ready to dive back into Waterlungs? We're gonna go take a look at things that's happening and dive in. Don't Google things streamer says at work. I have to be very careful about what I say for the next 15 seconds so that YouTube doesn't demonetize this. Tech Reel, what kind of dwarf would you like? I'll show you the list in a second. Just let the game load. Send the lifeguards home, you ready? Gotcha. Rock Jitsu found the dancing plump helmet, man. What do we have? We got dwarves. Dwarves. Here, I will scroll down the list. We got some stone carvers. We got animal caretakers. We got metal crafters and weaponsmiths. We got gem cutters. We got a bunch of crafters. Apparently, I don't know where all these fisher dwarves keep coming from, but we apparently have a bunch of fisher dwarves. We have a whole bunch of herbalists and various other things. We got siege operators. We got some peasants. And I need to fix my military stat because I don't have enough. So that's going to be something we're going to be prioritizing today is actually building a military. Who would you like? We also got some kids down at the bottom. So we got peasants, we got doctors, we got some siege operators, we got plenty of planters and farmers, and that sort of things. We've got an unnamed broker. We've got plenty of people in prison too, and other things. Is a mechanic free? I didn't see a mechanic. I got siege operators and a pump operator. I didn't get a notification. Did some? I'm confused. But Tudu Kiri, hi. How's things, Kiri? How was your co-working stream? I didn't see a notification in my chat, so I don't know if that was Twitch's issue or if something else happened in there. But thanks for the raid. I'm gonna shout out your main account first, and then I'll do a shout out for your bot account manually. If you guys don't know Kiri's one of my teammates. She streams on she was streaming on her second account, which is To Do Kiri, which is her to-do list. If you want some lovely indie and mainstream variety as well as some co-working, go check that account out. My name's Blind. I'm in the same stream team as Kiri, and I stream way too much Dwarf Fortress, and sometimes they let me play other games. That's what I do. I command an army of 150 drunk toddlers, and sometimes they allow me to play other games. But I hope that your co-working was good. Schwartz, hello, as well as Dominic, hello as well, and Kiri is. I hope you're doing good. And Dap Dudes before Das Mish. And Mystery, Reza, hello. Trying to catch everybody. Got a lot of work done. Hell yeah. I listened for about 10 seconds and then, what's the word? Went and made coffee and then turned my own stream on. So I just checked in briefly to see what your setup looked like. Cannot use raid until certain conditions met. Really? Huh. Well, what are the conditions? Before I guess because I started doing co-working stuff, but I started doing it on my bots account, which is Calcium Crypt, and it you want a siege operator? Do you have preference of beard or no beard, Tech Rail? Because we've got beard and no beard. Yeah, we got two with no beards and one with a beard. Which one would you like? You have a preference. You want the one with the beard? Okay. Not the happiest dwarf, but you're not that bad. We'll be able to get you in here though. All dwarves have beards? That's not true. Female dwarves in my world do not have beards. Dakrel. It's age? Oh, I wonder if it's like a 2 weeks thing. But yeah, no. See, this is a lady dwarf. Doesn't have a beard. You have to change your settings in your game files or mod the game to give your lady dwarves beards. So in my world and in my headcanon, lady dwarves do not have beards. He felt empathy after discussing an acquaintance's problems. Becomes completely helpless in stressful situations after being caught in freakish weather in the year 255. He is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and he works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He has a sense of duty, and though he still holds the law in disdain. He likes to keep things practical without delving deeply into the abstract, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. And he works to square he personally thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and exhales deliberately when he starts getting bored. Dreams of mastering a skill, personally respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity, and disdains the law. And he likes limonite, sterling silver, white opal, and sandpear wood. Green glass and gray gibbon bone, and the color, lime, and coins and vultures for their sight and the sight of the prim sheen, and when possible prefers to consume giant snowy owl and raspberry wine and oat flour, and hates flies. And you said that you wanted to be a mechanic, right? Well, I'm going to make a custom mechanic role, and I will assign you to it. We're going to call this mechanics. Labor and mechanics. And I'll also give you orderlies. And we'll let you do other tasks. There you go. Also, Reza, thank you very much for giving Kiri's second account a subscription. There's a walrus fighting with a dog. Oh, my walruses apparently have gone wild. That's suboptimal. Okay, so I'm going to real quick go over here and make some traps real quick. And then we're going to do a basic fort tour and check in with all the dwarves that are alive. Because that is not optimal. It's a wild walrus, yep. Mm-hmm. All right, so the named dwarves in the fort are, listen up, chat, a devilish potato, who's the sacred music of the fortress, who's also very happy. A ball of lint, me, bunch of rocks, chow not found, Clayborn, cold-blooded, Elfie Bean, who sent me a lovely fan art actually the other day, which was this. It's a fan art of Pumpy pumping from the last fort, if for those of you who might remember this. Then scrolling down, FG Squared, Fraser, Jelly Belly, Jerry Gore, Joe True, Lyagushka, Earless Old Zwari, Pie Jamming, Ruby Squeakbird, Reichlu, Salty Tempest, Sanic, and Sterlonian, as well as Stillanitis, and Streamlabs, everybody's favorite psychopath, Tacriel, Urist McFittigan, Wanderkin, the second, and it's Frank. So this fortress is on a Untamed Wilds split biome with Terrifying, which is basically the evilest of evil biomes. Everything in the map resurrects. And somebody in the YouTube comments asked, well, I think Streamlabs is leaking. Anyway, someone asked, why don't you, pasture your livestock in an area where they don't come back to life when they die of old age? Because that's no fun. That's all. Up here on the surface, it looks like it's snowing, but it's actually snowing vomit. It's vomit snow. It's fitted slush, which is vomit. Things on the surface come back as zombies. And we've been getting agitated giant puffins. So you know, it's been a good time, shall we say? It's raining fitted slush as per usual. I don't actually know. Is the surface unlocked right now? Surface is currently locked. We don't actually have access to the surface at this exact time. I'm just checking. Very much we don't. Do you want to build a puke man? No. No, actually, I really don't. Although if you want to build a puke man, just simply go to the pub and start chugging, assuming you're a man. But if you're not a man, then maybe you'd be a puke person. Anyway, let's scroll down a little bit. We got this lovely aquifer that's draining into my walkway down here, which then fills up this little river, which then flows down here into my lovely little river that flows around in the fortress. We recently got our first couple mist generators set up, and I'm setting up more on this upper layer up here. We have guild halls up here that are extremely high value. We've been playing with the economy set to hard, so making brooms of high value is difficult. Because like guild halls need to be like, I think it's 10,000 and then 30,000 for the normal guild halls and then grand guild halls respectively. We have a library down here, which is tiny and has a book in it. We have a giant puffin who lives here. We're trying to get more giant puffins. We have our temple over here. We have our prison over here, which has some dwarves in here that are happy and some that are not so happy. Yes, we do have a single book. It's a very good book. My militia captain is in prison, which is hysterical because this dwarf was extremely pissed off at everything and was very, 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 very angry, but is now very, very happy, although they were haunted by the dead, so, you know. And then down here we have our second tavern with a dining hall in it, which has a little food underneath. I'm very happy with how these bedrooms have turned out. I think they look kind of awesome. We're still working on finishing them up, though. We have two little minecart rails that are transporting silver, or actually that I need to finish. This one isn't totally done yet. Yeah, so I need to finish this minecart rail, which is probably priority number one. And if we go down, we can see other stuff that we've done in this particular fort. It goes down to about here, which is where all that silver/granite is coming from. We can keep moving down, we can keep moving down, we can keep moving down, we can keep moving down. And then we have this little access to this tiny little cavern layer down here where we're getting silk, among other things, because there's little cave spiders down here, which are adorable. And then we go down, we go down, we go down, we go down. No, you don't need doors in the prison, no. I mean, they chain them up. We got semi-molten rock down here, so we have basically found the magma sea, but I haven't actually done the work to it. They look like snowflakes. I didn't think about that, but kind of, yeah. Kind of do. The problem with the bedroom layout is it's extremely time consuming to actually make. You know, I just realized I still haven't hotkeyed this area, so let's actually do that. Let's do that and just call this main level. So yeah, this is the there we go, perfect. So yeah, this is kind of main project for today is finishing or making this minecart route work, because apparently it's not working right now. So I need to kind of run along it and make sure it's working. Vomit snowflakes. I mean, they're the right color. So it's gonna glide east. It goes down here, down there, goes up to there, up to there, goes up to there. It should work by all accounts. Let's just stare at it and see what happens. This will make your fort so much more usable. Yep, you click this little button or hit H. How did this work? For hotkeying areas? Okay, so here, I will hotkey that cavern layer to show you. I just need to go down to the cavern layer. So this is the cavern layer right here. You click this button up here, or you hit H on the keyboard, which pops up this, and then you can go all the way up to F8, and then Shift F1, Shift F2, all the way up. So F3 is going to be cavern. So now if I hit F2, it takes me to this layer. If I hit F1, it takes you to the wagon. And if you hit F3, it takes me to this layer. Done. Yeah, no, I'm trying to make this fort very pretty. And then, like, I'm very much, Frank, I'm very much planning on going along the edges of the walkways and putting in statues. I got plans for this fort, dude. I got plans. And also then this upper area is going to be for upper floors, as well as, like, you know, the different little power usage areas. I want to put a mist generator in here, though, is kind of the next one I want to do. What should you drink out of it first? You should wash it first, is what you should do with it first. Personally, I like coffee, but it depends on the time of day. It highly depends on the time of day, I would say. You just reclaimed a fort, and the Rainbow Workshops is pretty cool. It's so pretty. Is there no like freaky monsters in it? Because if so, you locked out. I tend to get some weird things in mine, shall we say? All right. So how much copper and silver am I sitting on? I personally would say coffee or tea. Coffee or tea. I'm going to make 80 charcoal. Assuming I don't have a job already for that. No, I don't. I don't know what those statues were supposed to be, but they're the wrong materials, so. All right. And then this over here is going to be a weaponsmith's guild, so. I think first thing I need to work on is I need to make this minecart function. Let's just make sure that everything is set up. It loads from this stockpile. Wait, what? Got the wrong materials set for it. Well, that other one down there works. Klingon coffee. That actually a thing. Today I learned. There we go. Now it works. I found the problem. You know what's funny? I actually made a tutorial about how to hotkey stuff in this version of the game, and it's one of my worst viewed tutorials, which I think is kind of funny. All right, so then it goes down here and then thunk, dumps out. And there we go. We are now moving silver nuggets over here. You've never tasted as well? It's from Star Trek? Wait, hold on. Is this like an actual thing that they make, or is this a thing from Star Trek that I have absolutely no recollection of? Because I've seen way too much Star Trek, and I forget way too much about Star Trek. But yeah, there we go. It runs back, and then dwarves are just running those back and forth. Excellent. I could automate them, but then we'd run the risk of, like, impact killing a dwarf, which I don't really want to do. As far as prisons go, yeah, no, you don't need doors on them, and they also can all be the same zone. So you can just make one big zone for prisons. My mayor would like ballista arrows, which is why people keep going to prison. I guess I could make copper ballista arrows. It's not optimal, but I think I'll just make 20. And workshops, I could make a... guess I could just place a siege workshop like right here. Yeah, we'll make it out of copper. Why not? It was the coffee everybody drank in Deep Space Nine.
Crypt beer.
I don't think I ever picked up on that. That or just reading... Actually, you know what it might be? Reading it in a Twitch chat, like reading the name of a thing in a Twitch chat versus hearing people say it is kind of different. Roxy, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. Cheers, friend. That also might be a degree of it. Also, something I think I'm going to turn back on now, finally, after like 3 months. I think I'm going to turn my sub goal back on. I'm just going to place it like... I'll shrink it a little bit. Place it like right there so it doesn't seem super intrusive. MXE, thanks for the 10th month. Who am I giving a dwarf to, Jerry Gordon? Who am I giving a dwarf to? Dumb question. What's Billin made out of? Sedentary Hobo with the Prime for the second month. Welcome back. What, does a Devilish Potato have one? Is that who you're referring to? Because, yes, they do have one. Is it just made out of tetrahedrite? Like copper and silver? You know, I'll just wait until the job happens, because it's one of those materials that I always forget, but it's pretty valuable, and I could use some valuable materials. Can make it from ore and it's more efficient. Yeah, otherwise I guess it would be made out of copper and silver, right? All right, you know what? Let's start making Billin. We'll do 25. It's your favorite alloy? It's a really nice alloy, but like I need something to like increase value of spaces, because you know, I don't know how many of you guys have tried this, but I'm currently playing with hard economy on. It's kind of really nice actually having to like make things super valuable to be of use. Let's do that. And all the way down to there. I don't know what material that was. What does hard economy mean? So in the difficulties here, you can set off medium, normal, and hard for enemies, or you can customize it, which I have. And then there's economy, normal, and hard. Economy makes everything valued less, if that makes sense. So trading is more difficult, air quotes. But what actually is more difficult is making temples and guild halls happy. They have much higher value demands in order to be satisfied. So instead of guild halls being satisfied at value of 2,000 for the room, they're satisfied at a value of 10,000 for a room. And then when they ask you to make them bigger, it requires 30,000, which is actually like kind of a lot of value. Thok don't think. Thok don't think had one, but they don't currently. What kind of dwarf am I giving Thok don't think? And if one more person has a resub, or if somebody has 100 bits on your account, you could start a hype train if you want. Or if there's a lazy prime hanging around. Recently had native aluminum. Oh, that value. Oh, that value. That's so much value.
Ooh.
Thanks, mammals. Chat, what kind of dwarf am I giving Thok don't think? Although, scholar? Because Thok don't think.
This is madness!
Madness! Blazing Monkey with the third month, welcome back. Thanks for the $1, hobo. Yeet. Good morning, Mac Daddy with the $5. And Rock Jitsu with the Prime for the second month, welcome back. Video about your fort go up tomorrow. Give him a kiddo. Truth, kiddo don't think. We could give him the happy kiddo. But Thok don't think. Is it spelled like that? Moose Moose! Welcome back for a third month. A child! You're pick gorged. You are cruel, you're slow to hate and slow to anger, tough, and have good spatial sense. Deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism, you bully. He never feels hatreds towards anyone or anything, but is deliberately cruel. Never becomes angry, but is deliberately cruel after being caught in freakish weather. Playground cool. Yeah, definitely like pokes the other kids. and throws his toys at them. Never becomes angry and is not careful with resources when working on projects, and often spends unnecessary effort. He tries to do things correctly each time and is quite polite. He is currently more rude, and he doesn't seek out excitement. He doesn't focus on material goods, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He can easily fall into love or develop positive sentiments, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He is currently less private and is quite ambitious. He's moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees family as one of the most important things in life, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes magnetite, copper, and pipe, opal, and shields, and hatch covers, and bracelets, and tigerfish for their spirit, and the sight of the festive suitor, and when possible prefers to consume white-spotted puffer, and kangaroo cheese, and dwarven beer, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. Family-wise, your dad is Raikalu, and you're good friends with Moral, and your mom doesn't have a fancy name. What's up, Zwillian Helb? How's things? Base Gnostic child. I mean, cruel child. Aren't most childs cruel? Just saying. All right. I've got some bedrooms down here that need cabinets real badly. So let's get some cabinets placed, shall we? So cabinets, dwarves put their clothing into. Which is why sometimes in these bedrooms you'll just see clothes everywhere. It's because they don't have cabinets. So if you give them cabinets, they will immediately run in there and put all their stuff away, which is very nice. Unless they're super messy, in which case then they might not put all of their stuff away, which is also kind of hysterical. Cruelty is a taught behavior. See, from my perspective, kids are cruel by default. And they have to be taught not to be. But maybe I was just bullied a lot. You have a bunch of messy shits that throw all their stuff all over their rooms anyway. I mean, it can happen. But I don't have kids, so what do I know about kids? Mostly nothing. Aside from that, they jump up and down upstairs. Goddamn neighbors. You used to like hard economy until you had 2 guilds and a temple requested very early into the game. I mean, you could just reject it. Like, you could just not do it, but you'll take a mood penalty for it. I think I don't know. To me, it's been kind of fun so far. Also, here's the thing. You could just turn off hard economy. Like, turn it on when you need some added stuff to work towards. Also, for this particular fort, I think I might actually just use... I think I might actually use quantum stockpiles for this particular fort. Commander Honk, what up? Straight up dwarves freak out when you deny the request. Oh, they do. They do. They get pissed. It's like it's like you just insulted their only like family member. They get real pissed. Oopsies. No, I need those to be 2 separate. But chat, thank you very much for that small little hype train right there with the 6 subs and the 700 bits. Means a lot. Right here. Well, this will just be bars and blocks. Custom. Nope. 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 And then this one, don't give Toggle whether or not the stockpile can take items from anywhere, only only from specific workshops and stockpiles, and also just for that's not. I want metal bars and blocks. There we go. And let's just do a you right here. Let's just do it from here. Fill on minecart. Just need one. Who act nasty most often don't realize that they are nasty is your point. Oh, no. Okay, I understand your point, but it's manners are something that have to be taught. People just act the way they act, and generally, in my experience, which is minimal, and I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, is children are assholes and have to be explained to why they are being assholes and how they cannot be assholes. Speaking of, they now want a Doctor Guild Hall, which is actually a good thing. I would like to make them a Doctor's Guild Hall. Where is my hospital? Question that I have to ask myself every day. Where is my hospital? Right here. So, I could put the Doctor's Guild Hall behind the hospital. How'd I get that puffin? It walked into a cage. And it's not just a puffin. That's a giant puffin? It's a giant puffin. It lays eggs sometimes. I would really like a breeding pair. So this is going to be my Doctor's Guild Hall. And I'm thinking we knock out these walls here and put in windows. Actually, even better idea. Can knock out down here too and give them like a viewing suite for the operation tables. It's basically a rec room for staff. Yep, and naturally it's going to be 3 times the size of the hospital. Try and add doctors' napping rooms as well. The doctors are already, or at least were initially just napping in these two right here. So it doesn't really need it. Not a bad idea, but they're close enough anyway. Puffin plush when? When you agree to buy 300 of them. Asmog Black is throwing a tantrum. That's nothing new, unfortunately. Oh yeah, no, definitely. Overworked doctors need a lot of napping times. Generally, though, in this fortress, the doctors just hang out in the tavern because they have no other tasks aside from doctoring. Maybe you compare it with a small puffin. I can tell you right now, Lettuce, that doesn't work, unfortunately. As much as you want it to, it doesn't work. You need the giant variant in order for it to work. Also, we also don't have a normal-sized puffin, so, I mean, it would be helpful anyway. So a streamer make a thing of blocking off one side of the wall when engraving. I'm not sure. Mind. But not many things have changed since launch, aside from some crashes have been removed, so I doubt it's changed. It's like asking breed a yeah, that you're not wrong actually. It's like saying, yeah, your house cat could breed with a lion. No, it couldn't. I'm pretty sure the lion would just eat the house cat. Do I have any recommendations for how much to do while this game is paused versus letting it run? What, like, how much should you do while the game is paused? I don't know. Pause if, like, there's chances of bad things happening, and unpause if there isn't. That's up to you, I would say. I don't really have any recommendations on that front. Feel like you're always paused? Well, so it's weird for me, right, Zsticks, because like I've played this game for a very, very, very long time. And every single menu used to pause the game when you'd open it. The build menu would pause the game. Like literally you touched any button on the keyboard previously, then the game would pause. So I'm used to the game being paused like 98% of the time while I'm doing anything. Designating used to pause the game. Like erasing something used to pause the game. Like everything used to pause everything. But I don't know. So it's hard to say. I'm used to the game being paused all the time. Can you breed wagons? No. Oh, I mean, there's a way. I mean, with mods, sure. But can you breed wagons? Not in vanilla. Even though they're technically living creatures, but... A force that is vile and dark has arrived. You know what? They can go onto the surface and get caught in all my cage traps. And you know what? That is okay. Sure, the doors are locked. They are, in fact, locked. Excellent. We are just going to ignore them. Wagon is programmed as a living creature, yes. That's why you used to sometimes get barrels of wagon blood. They used to, you used to be able to tell your military to attack them and they would bleed. They don't anymore, though. They haven't in a while. But that's why they can move, is because they are technically programmed as a living creature. Just one of those weird Dwarf Fortress oddities. You think of them like race car beds?
Subbed for wagon blood.
Subbed for wagon blood. I'm gonna think about that sentence for a second. Loose Clams has subbed for wagon blood. Thank you very much for the 3rd month with Prime. Welcome back. But yeah, that's why wagons can move, is because they're technically like a mount. We're just gonna do this out of copper along here. Put a door there, and then on this side down here, I'm gonna do gem windows, which I'm apparently running low on. Where's my gem cutter shop? I know I have a gem. There's my gem cutter shop. Cut gems for me, please. I'm gonna need those. Does smoothing increase the value? Smoothing increases the value ever so slightly. Engraving increases the value ever so slightly. And constructing things increases the value based on the value of the thing you're constructing it out of. Which is why I'm going to be paving this floor with copper. The first 7 dwarves are wagon-born? No, the first 7 dwarves are warped in out of thin air by the game, which is why they're all best friends and have no parents. It's either that or they're just Batman. One of the two. Actually, no, let's just do the edges out of copper. Otherwise, I'm just going to run out of copper. Seven short alcoholic Batmans. So normal Batman? No, I wanted to say I wanted to call you no surname. I was like, that's wrong. No username, 85. Hello, good day. How are you? Vampire drink. So here's the thing that I would like to remind you. Remember how I said a second ago that you used to be able to get wagon blood? The keyword there is used to. That hasn't been a thing in the game since 2010. So, like, keyword there is used to. So, no. No vampires drinking wagonwood blood in a pinch. Unfortunately, and someone called me a gatekeeper once for saying stuff like this. There's a lot of dumb things that used to be in Dwarf Fortress that haven't been in Dwarf Fortress for a very, 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 very long time. And unfortunately, if you missed the boat, you know, like, you should have played Dwarf Fortress, like, a long time ago when it was way more obtuse and nightmarishly, like, complex to get into, instead of, like, this version that's easy to get into. And maybe I'm a big meanie gatekeeper for saying that, but unfortunately you missed some of the horrifically game-breaking bugs that we all talk about in memes now. You can't gatekeep dumb. I'm not gatekeeping dumb. I'm just saying you coulda, but you didn't. So it's the same reason that you'll never have problems with cats dying in your taverns. Well, I mean, if you did, then I'm not referencing you. Does the first creature of their kind, like first elf dwarf, just spawn to the world as well? So here's the thing, right? Time doesn't begin year one, right? They just start recording history in year one. As an example, Earth, our planet, existed before we started recording history. Same goes for Dwarf Fort. So year one in a Dwarf Fort world is just, that's the year that they started recording history, not actually the birth of the world. And it gets kind of murky in a few places, but it's not technically like the birth of civilization. Civilization existed before then. But that being said, that'll probably change when Myths and Magic hits. Heyo, Spectre, how's things? Which is also like a ways off. Little on the nose today. That better for you? I'm not wearing two shirts. I actually wear that when hiking sometimes because it's made out of like a jersey material. Or even better. Old merch. This is like 2016. Got this made. Alright. Benefit of having your dresser like right next to you. When cash was a thing in DF, I actually didn't play during that version because it wasn't in the game for very long. I wasn't playing the game much around that point. And I was gonna say, did it go well? Alter Ego? Is cash still planned? It's still in the game, but economy probably won't ever return. You can just go look up many of the articles about why the economy was removed from Dwarf Fortress. I don't need to explain that one. I don't think. Yep, and capitalism sucks. Just like real life. I love that the surface just deals with the sieges for me. I mean, it was just accelerated late-stage capitalism. So within a couple of years, forts would become unplayable because dwarves would have no housing because they wouldn't be able to afford it because a couple of, like, oligarch dwarves would end up with all of the money. So it really made the game unplayable. I don't really ever seeing it returning in that format. It's probably for the best, too. I am Dryston. What kind of dwarf would you like? I can scroll down the list. I just need you to let me know approximately what job you would like and whether or not you would like a beard. Well, I mean, if you wonder why you can't afford your, like, living space, yes. Tater tot. You know, I don't think that that's a quality take to make in this chat, 4L. Capitalism sucks, but nothing that man says is valid. You should be shot into the sun. You want a weak bearded dwarf for secret military purposes. So a bearded peasant. But, weak and military doesn't go hand in hand. I can't put you in the military if you're weak, and if you're in the military, you're not weak. So what do you want? Like, I can't, those two things do not go side hand in hand in my forts. How about this, Mr. Beckett? Go at Putnam in the KitFox Discord with what you think should and shouldn't be added to the game, and don't ask me for my opinions because I don't know. I would need to try it before I actually have a take. Can beekeeper go into military? I can give you somebody who's in the military, if that is what you would like. If you would like somebody who's in the military squad that hasn't started training, I can do that. But weak dwarf do not military, right? I think there's just a bunch of people trying to be edgelords in chat today. And if people are genuinely trying to be edgelords in my chat, they're just not going to be in my chat for very long. So, I can give you, like, Arab, that dwarf with the helmet. They're on the right. But either I can give you a dwarf that's in the military or I can give you a beekeeper. I can't really do both. And I'm especially not going to put a dwarf who's not going to fit into the military. Because not all dwarves mentally can fit the military, right? Unless they dream of mastering a skill, they will not enjoy training. Okay, can do. What's that dwarf's name? Arish? Arib. Right? Dwarf's pissed. Oh, never mind. That dwarf's already named. So no, I can't give you that dwarf. What can I do then? See if I can quickly find one that will fit. of crafting a great work of art. Of raising a family. Dreams of masterwork. Let's see what's in the main squad. Probably Lolar. What this dwarf? Lolar the beekeeper. You wanted a beekeeper anyway. I am Drystan. And we'll call you Hammer Drystan so I don't lose your name. No, I wasn't referring to you in regards to edgy dwarves. I'm referring to other people in chat. No, you're all good, Drystan. He has a profound sense of duty and obligation and can be caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. He lives a slow-going and leisurely pace, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. And I completely lost my place. He takes offered gifts without feeling particularly grateful and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He is assertive and doesn't often feel envious of others and is brave in the face of imminent danger. When he's nervous, he has a habit of chewing his cheek. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected and values hard work. He likes rock, salt, zinc, and dementoid and cave blob leather. Gems and crossbows and spiked balls and the sound of the russet meadow, and when possible prefers to consume toad? I thought I misread that. Toad and sweet potato wine. Okay. And absolutely hates blood gnats, and you're married to Eurus McFinnigan, and you're 83 years old, and you're a talented beekeeper, but you're very rusty. Dementoid, it's a type of gem. Or crystal? It's a garnet, according to the Googles. It's green. And looks like this. And Lulutor, 117, good day. Are we? Welcome to the chat room. Sniper, it's good to see you. But generally, I think if anybody's wondering why certain people in chat are being edgy, I think it's because it's we've hit the 1 year anniversary of Russia showing its true colors, or Russia's leadership showing its current colors and going full fucking Leroy Jenkins on the rest of the planet and proving that the only thing that they really genuinely deserve is to be isolated from the rest of the planet, which fucking sucks because it makes it really difficult for me to pay my artist for artwork. And causes a lot of wasted effort and energy and loss of human life and all right, let's throw down more gems. Yep, that's Canada. As we should. Someone has to. It's Putin's special military operation, but yes, it is Putin's war. It's Putin's vendetta for some reason. Karaoke? Hello? Well, yeah, obviously. You have to travel around today? What are you traveling around today? Let's put floors right here. Oops. All right, so this is all going to be the Doctor's Guild. Might as well get this all zoned up. And this is going to be a guild hall. Got to scroll until I hit Doctor's Guild. Doctor Hall, there it is. And I can approve it there. Let's see what the value is. 2,300, needs 6,000 as the value. And then I will also add this upper floor up here. To the Relic of Glee, we could do better than that for naming. The Healing of... This is Waterlungs, is the fortress that we are currently looking at. The Healing of, I don't know, battles. The Healing of battles, because you have to heal after battles. New episode of Brave Book is out on, what's the word? New episode of Brave Book is out on Friday. Actually, that's a better name. I like Healing of Waters. We can roll with that. Healing of Waters. The name of the Doctor's Guild. I might actually mine all of this out over here and make this into a stone wall. Yeah, I mean, I did that for the Farmers Guild just down here. This is the bottom half of the Farmers Guild, and this is the top half of the Farmers Guild. Just the one. No username. I thought about starting up 2 and having 2 running concurrently, but turns out it's hard enough to keep 1 running currently without people getting confused. So I have the Let's Play one, and then I have this one. But maybe at some point I'll start up a second one and have a second one running. Maybe something a little bit more gimmicky, I don't know. Set them over there to train proper. Let's just click these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You wish you could allow yourself to build such open cave-like spaces, but you like your cubes? Well, here's the question then. Do you actually like my cave-like designs, or do you just like looking at my cave-like designs? Because you're allowed to make your forts look whatever way you want. Oh, also something that I'm not really commenting, that I haven't really commented on, but I made this minecart down here, which just kind of fires all the contents down into here every so often whenever it fills up, and then we crush it with this drawbridge to make zombies less of a problem. And let's place a display case right there. Can you send a squad to steal an artifact? Yep, if you know the location of it. Have I ever made a zoo? So I'm a bad person to ask that question because you have to remember, I have streamed about 7,000 hours of this game. For me, it's kind of a challenge to find something I haven't really done in this game, with the exception of some adventure mode stuff. As far as fortress designs go, yeah, do I have any memory of it? No, not really. I mean, I've done several forts where I've breeded plenty of different kinds of animals, but I guess it really depends on what your definition of zoo is. Have I, like, collected every single animal from an entire world? No. But, like, have I built forts that have done a lot of animal, like, taming? Yes, absolutely. I had a fort once where we made war jabberers. That was a pretty good time. But that was a really long time ago. So it's like, have I recently? No. Have I? Yes. Undead Zoo? I had a fortress where the entire, the entire population more or less was undead. I'd done that once or twice. Because that feature is actually kind of new, the intelligent undead stuff. Not the new ones, Sniper? That hurts. But I'm glad. I'm glad that the old videos give you happiness. The only difference in the Let's Plays and this that you edit and the videos that you actually purposely play, or do you... No, there's really no difference. I'm playing exactly the same way. The difference is in the streams I talk to chat, in the Let's Plays I talk to myself. Are you close to a necromancer tower, Call Me Ishmael? Because that would be why. If you're close to a necromancer tower, you will get attacked by a lot of intelligent undead. Okay, I don't want old Zwari doing my bookkeeping anymore. We need somebody else. Give it to this fish dissector who's clearly not doing anything of value. And, we'll put them in here. And this can be assigned to Lorbam, my new bookkeeper. No, old Zwari can do it. He just... I need somebody who's quicker about it, who's not so pressed for tasks because these aren't updating frequently enough. Not because of the ear. No, he... I'm trying to think of an ear pun and I can't. Like, I need an ear pun. God damn it. You know, like that feeling when you're just like, I need to think of something that's like funny right now, but you're just like, nope, can't do it. Looking to see if I happen to have any artifact things lying around. There we go. Something we can do. What was that about cloth bags? Help your dwarves make bag, but still the dwarven child can't collect sand because of no bag. Make more bags. They probably immediately put it into a stockpile somewhere. A dwarf bone coffin? Yeah, it was brought by a Cyclops. Or something. Yeah, it was brought by... It was either a Cyclops or a giant. I don't remember which. Which is a dwarf bone coffin. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is... makes sense for a doctor's guild, actually. It is adorned with hanging rings of granite menaces with spikes of wild boar hoof. On the item is an image of Servish, the dwarf, and dwarves in silver. Servish is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf Servish township to the position of militia commander of the Urn of Omen in 28. Wonderful guild hall. I would agree with that if my bookkeeper would actually, like, you know, go do their job. Why have a resting placer when you can have a resting place? What? Not really, Boozehammer. I would say you are right on time. If you had to ask me, anyway. I would say that you are exactly on time. Ominous coffin? It's the Doctors Guild Hall. They're doctors. They're inspecting the bones for bone integrity. I mean, that would actually make more sense for, like, bone doctor now, wouldn't it? A dwarf is never late. They arrive precisely when they finish their drink. And only if you have more drink. Yeah, I know, it's a wizard's never late. He arrives precisely when he means to. Also, I just realized, because I was streaming CUD the last time, my camera's too high up. My bad. Chat, it's okay. I'll bring you down in a sec. I know you guys are a little high up right now, but yoink. There we go. Well, now I'm a little bit too far over. Hold on. There we go. I've seen Hailstorm twice. Because your stupid boat can eat a bag of dicks. Your stupid fucking ship can eat a bag of dicks. Your pirate ship can eat a bag of dicks. Your stupid fucking ship can eat a bag of dicks. I wonder how they're doing with YouTube monetization. Pirate ship can eat a bag of dicks. And something, fuck you with a fucking anchor. We're gonna punch you right in the balls. Fuck you, you're a fucking wanker. You're all cunts and fuck you all. Fun band for the whole family, really. Great family-friendly entertainment. Definitely great and perfect for your Christian Minecraft server, too. Man of culture? I don't know if I would describe Hailstorm as culture, but I'm definitely a man. YouTube will be mad. It's okay. They'll figure it out. You know, it's actually kind of amazing. I put up a short a couple weeks ago of a dwarf just like crawling because of how injured they were. And apparently saying the word injury is enough to get limited monetization. Not that I really care because it's a short, so it made a total of like, it would make like a total of like 4 cents anyway. But still, I just found that very funny. It's just like, this video is limited monetization due to inappropriate content. I was like, inappropriate what? What part of that's inappropriate exactly? It was haunting, I suppose. Are we up to the value yet? So apparently, yes, it is actually high enough value now. But it doesn't say that it is. Oh well. So that guild's been satisfied. Now that that's done, I would like to build a mist generator right here. I don't actually know if this thing's gonna have enough power, so it might not. Means I needed it to actually connect this to it. What got the value up so fast? I put an artifact coffin in the middle of it. Oh no! Asmog Black is toppling slabs. That's a problem. You need to not do that, Asmog. You need to not do that. We need to put you back into prison. I don't care how badly you want out of prison. You need to not topple slabs. Of all of the things that you can topple, that is maybe one of the worst. To the point where, like, I'm tempted to just, like, accuse you of all of these crimes that you certainly didn't commit. Like, he's trying to haunt the whole fortress with ghosts.
Hi, Blind. Streamlabs here.
Oh, no.
Any chance we can go raiding soon?
No.
Flying that Chinese balloon around the US and making people panic was fun, but I need a real buzz.
Might I recommend going to your local toy store and picking up yourself a Buzz Lightyear action figure? It's very real, and it will give you a buzz.
I will take this under consideration.
Okay, noted. I'm glad that you will consider this. A lot of dwarves have died in this fort, that's why. Also, is Streamlabs even in the military? Oh, yeah, you are. Currently waiting for combat training, in fact. But no, you guys don't even have full sets of armor yet, dude. I don't know if you necessarily, I don't know if you necessarily want to actually join the military. Oh, wait, never, we need to make 2 ballista arrows. And, I apparently need a weapon rack and an armor stand in my office because I am a cop, according to chat, so. Let's make, a rock weapon rack and a rock armor stand. It's going to make 11 of both of those. Material type doesn't matter so much. It's very weird. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Okay, hold up. So earlier someone in chat asked, when is a good time to pause? When that happens. When the world is undead. So it appears that there is a giant puffin on the map. Let's just make sure everybody's assigned to this. Where are the migrants at? All right, so they're right up here. So I'm just going to hope that that giant puffin doesn't come and try and kill us all. But if it does, well, then they're just going to have to scream its puffin time and hope that they're okay. We're going to station the military in the tunnel up here and hope that they'll make it. Oh, there goes a Baba sheep. We get battle walrus. Walrus are not war trainable, so no. It depends on the animal type. Some animals are war trainable, some are not. Sus. It didn't even save the nickname. Uh-huh. Former member? Why, though? That dwarf is blue. This dwarf is a vampire. 1000% this dwarf is a vampire. I mean, look at how many groups they're former members of. Doesn't feel anything when seeing a dead body. It's a Smurf. Yes, definitely a Smurf. Definitely a Smurf. So what's your name? Here. I'm just hold on a second. It did actually name him sus motherfucker, but it didn't pop up there. We're about to be hit by an ad break, but what I'm gonna do is I'm going to interrogate him. Game? Why are you not letting me nickname this dude? Oh! Hold on, let me test something. Fun fact, if somebody has a false identity, you can't nickname them. He's lying, fading the edges. If somebody has a false identity, you can't nickname them. Wow. That's funny. I'm gonna just see if that's known. I'm just clipping that. Definitely a bug. Definitely a bug. All right, so instead, can I give you a false task? Yeah, see, there you go. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go here, and we're going to interrogate, which means he should be at the bottom of the list. There you are. Schedule. Let's also interrogate you on behalf of this. Schedule. Let's also interrogate you on behalf of this. Schedule. Let's also interrogate you on behalf of this. Schedule. Okay, so if you know that you have a vampire, they're green. They're like blue. Like, just look for the blue dwarf. And then another thing, we're stuck in ads still, so I'm not really doing much. But another thing is, it'll say that they need alcohol to get through the working day, and if they've been in your fort for a bit, it'll say he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he can't remember the last time he had some. Has a great sense of empathy. Zero kill. Hold on. Hold on. Dude. So he's like, definitely haven't killed anybody. Innocent. Haven't done anything wrong. I have 0 kills. Never killed anybody. This is hysterical. I once interrogated a ghost. Presme. I no kill. Never killed nobody. Okay, chat, we have to do something with this dwarf. A bag of nuts. This is just like 255,000 walnuts and he's not the best. Actually, hold on a second. What is his lying skill? He's a skilled comedian. How much checks out? Holy sh... This guy's one hell of a philosopher. He knows about dialectic reasoning, perception, justification, time. The reader of Time magazine. Objects and properties, wholes and parts, events, processes, military ethics. Suspicious lack of liar skill. He knows law. Diplomacy, reproductive behavior, rainfall, suturing, large sums of numbers. He's read many books, pretty well read too. I hope so. We need to do something with this dude. But first we need to lock him up in prison for a bit. Should maybe shove him into an exhibit. Well, here's what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to give him mining. I hope he gets a pick. We'll go check in with Sussy and McGee in a mo. First, I'm just going to make sure all these dwarves make it inside, because the zombies on the surface are more dangerous than Sussy McGee. because the zombies are already coming for him. That's why you see this dwarf like running away. What? Where are you? Where? Okay, good luck, Endok. Dwarven child's been found dead. Oh, well, they've been there for a bit. Giant puffin is fighting with a duck. The giant puffin corpse bites the stray duck in the upper leg, tearing apart the skin. At least it's just a duck. Nobody told him to duck. It's a pretty big migrant wave, Jesus. And lock the door. Okay. Just gained 20 dwarves. Not bad. All right, where's Sussy? Actually, has Sussy grabbed a pick yet? The other question. So I'm not going to commit him of any crimes until he has a pickaxe. I really need to fix this problem where they... Oh, yeah, I get you, Batar. Wait, what's the philosophy like of rainfall like? Well, does it rain? Does not rain? Is rain a hoax? That kind of thing. All right, let's find out about exclamation point boy here. Intelligence. We met with the subjects and built rapport in order to elicit information, and the subject naively complied. The subject revealed that Avuz is in fact a false identity, and their true name is Lycott Pattern Skate. Is that it? Well, they added... I also, here's what I need to do. I need to place a fortification, like, right here. Maybe we need to wait for him to kill somebody. There we go. That'll do. All right, so... Just, I want him to admit to some kills. What? A false identity isn't criminal? This is true. However, we still need to deal with it. Also, I'm kind of tempted to just lock Asmog Black in here. Also, something is all of these prison cells are getting beds now. At least they'll get a place to sleep instead of sleeping on the floor. Although I have to be careful because the vampire might just eat them. All right, where's Sussy? 0 kills? He has 0 kills. Definitely he has 0 kills. Yes, he's absolutely definitely never killed anybody before. Apparently I've got a forbidden slab right there. Please. I guess that'll probably place that one, right? Yes. Meditate on disease. Also, chat, if my shirt really is too on the nose, I can put on a different shirt. I'm going to go down to there. And go up to here. And go over to here. Aw, me. Doesn't quite reach. And then up to there. And then up here, we're going to do...
Mighty Nurgle, festering grandfather of plagues, hear your servant's prayer. Look upon the devastation I have wrought. The
Wrong video game.
diseases I have spread.
Wrong
the
lore.
unbelievers I have infested with your suppurating truth. I beg of your favor and your boon, that I might strive all the harder to spread your blessings across the stars.
I feel like Zero Kill would be like a super edgy mid-2000s post-hardcore band. So are you actually wielding that pickaxe that I told you to wield? Nope. I do need to make some copper picks, though. Let's just make copper pick and just do like 20. Zero Kill is what they called you in high school? That's... I don't know how I feel about that. But thank you very much for the $1, Claiborne. Kind of dope, but weird. Yeah, meditate on children. Boy. I saw a dwarf tell the story of the formation of the born child at Waterlungs in the early autumn of 252 at the Tin Plum, and it is interesting. He meditate on children. He wants kids. Speaking of guilds, we have a ranger guild that is formed. To jail it is. Yeah, that's enough for a prison sentence in and of itself. I'm thinking we put the ranger guild underneath the military area right here. What do you think, chat? Like, I'm thinking Ranger Guild Hall go like down here. Underneath the Militia Squad Hall. Something like this. Sounds Rangerific. Sure. I don't know what that means in that context. Sometimes, sometimes I think I need a drink, but I can control myself. You can't drink. Ranger danger? Yeah, pretty much. We need empty buckets. If we lock him in a room and assign him to a library. So here's what I could do. I'm gonna give him his own he'll eat the Tavern Keeper, Beef Supreme. Which is kind of hysterical, but he will eat the Tavern Keeper. Oh, there he goes. He's going to go pick up equipment. Any work beyond learning the basics is just everyone should broaden their horizons. Any work beyond learning the basics is just a waste. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to lock this dwarf and he's going to go build his own fort. We know what this dwarf is. We know that they're using a false identity, and we know that Arab right here has just gone into a strange mood. But we're going to give him his own space. Who is his god? We'll figure that out in a minute. Add new burrow. Accept. Should be close to the bottom. There he is. We should just go stand in there. Okay, so, that ranger's claimed a metalsmith shop. What do they need? Skeletons? Probably skeletons. Need to butcher something. So you need shining bars of metal, but skeletons. Well, we'll stray that sheep. Or stray that sheep? Slaughter that sheep.
Vampires get to be cool and interesting while werewolves just tear your fort to shreds.
Yep.
Clearly Bay 12 games in on Team Edward.
You could say that. Speaking of, where is Sussy McGee? Sussy, where are you? Pandasaurus Rex. What kind of dwarf would you like? And yes, the vampire is currently available. Also, because you seem to be very interested in just not moving here, Vampy, how about I just do this? Lady Dwarf, cook, preferably farmer, also works. Okay. Quite a few cooks. Oh, there's one. Stodier. Rex, aka Pandasaurus, is currently drinking some booze out of a siltstone mug. Vampire pretending to work? No, he's just like having analysis paralysis, me think. She is impervious to the effects of stress and cuts any corners when possible when working on a project, regardless of the consequences, rather than wasting effort or resources. She is very rarely moved by curiosity, and she lives an orderly life, and she organized and neat, and she would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and she occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, and she has an active imagination. She is often cheerful, and she doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She prefers to present herself modestly, and she doesn't and she tries to do things correctly each time, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing her mind, and she is currently more rude. She inhales sharply when she's angry, and she winks when she's nervous. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family, and personally disdains loyalty, finds friendship burdensome, sees competition as wasteful and silly, and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, and dreams of raising a family. She likes schist, sterling silver, praise, and the color dark violet, and scepters and gigantic squids for their ability to spray ink, and rami plants for their useful stems, and the words of the berries of serenity, and the sound of the lacy phrases, and when possible prefers to consume moghopper and date wine, and she hates rats. She has a few close friends, no relatives. She's hauling a shell mug. She is currently content after being near a waterfall and euphoric due to inebriation. Seems like a good dwarf. How can anyone disdain loyalty? By being that dwarf, apparently. Alrighty, dude. You know movie. You stay right here. Okay, so who are your kids, though? I mean, obviously none of them are in the fort. I was just curious. Ah, god damn it. How dare you move? Probably gonna go eat somebody. Excellent. He finally listened. Moved to the zone that we wanted him to. Perfect. No, he that's why he was standing there, was because he was going to the burrow. No, I don't need to move him because burrow 1 is disabled currently. He actually went to the burrow. He's just took him a minute. How often did vampires feed? As often as they want to. There we go. All right, so now I can literally just, like, remove his burrow. But Vampy live here now. So in my headcanon, the dwarves simply interrogated the vampire, and they knew. They learned quite quickly what kind of creature vampire was. So chat, I've got a question. Where does vampire's home go? We could make vampire go up here and kind of live in this area. We could make vampire go down and live kind of in this area. We could make them go way down and live somewhere else entirely. What do you think? I think if he's up in this area, we could make it really convenient. I could, like, open up a little door and make, like, we could make you... Actually, a tower on the surface? In a undead resurrecting biome? No, that's not happening. Yeah, no, I'm not currently. I am not building a vampire surface tower currently, no. You should live in a crypt with the dead people? He's a vampire, not a necromancer. They're very, very, very effective lever pullers. So, that's basically what I'm thinking, fading the edges, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm going to put a door right here, and I'm going to give him his own masonry shop. You know what? Why don't we go up right here to right up there and give him a little space like this. Could also give him a window so he can see people going by. You can give him a little office back here. What do you think of this? Something like that? Some kind of luxurious loft. I don't know about luxurious. Vampy king. Definitely not a king. But we'll definitely give him his own little fort complex. But I can definitely give him, like, a series of locked doors so that we can leave stuff for him. I could, in fact... Actually, you know what? Maybe we'll just do that. So I'm going to give him a new role. Vampire! We should just accuse him of all crimes. Any kind of crime happens. Vampire did it! Here's the problem. If he gets elected mayor, that's actually a huge issue. Because the outpost liaison wants to speak with the mayor. So basically, suddenly you can't trade anymore. So him getting elected mayor would actually be really bad. Because I'm legally blind, I am legally disabled, I can't drive in Canada, and I have approximately 5 to 7% of your average person's vision, depending on the person. I have severe vision disabilities. My right eye doesn't work at all, and my left eye has severe tunnel vision with floating blind spots. I can speak. So that's why I have the legally blind tag. I mean, I could totally make him his own little library, yeah? The problem would be getting paper in there. Yeah, and then you go to war with your own civ because you kill every single one of them. Splots is a decent term for them too. True. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can speak generally. Generally. All right, well, let's check. Is this getting enough power? Well, it hasn't been connected yet, so that's probably got something to do with it. But currently is using enough power that it won't actually work. So I'm going to suspend that one because I need this stuff connected first. No. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to get him to make his own little masonry shop, and he's going to make himself a door, which is going to go right here. And then, or actually, I mean, I could just extend this a little bit. And then we'll just have 2 doors, and I'll just lock one, put a little stockpile in this room here, and then let him come in and collect stuff. Tantruming while in prison. Okay. Here's a dark idea. What if I make a series of stairs in the prison cells, okay? That go up to here. Okay? That he has access to. These can be attached to levers, bars can, to raise and lower the bars. We can have the bars go around the outside. Who am I giving a dwarf to? JKRT. I could absolutely make that happen, Jazz, yeah. But here's the thing, right? That vampire isn't a dwarf. They're a vampire. And we're not killing anybody. I don't think that there's anything about feeding vampires in the dwarven chain of ethics. Which dwarf am I giving to Redbug? JKRT. I will make it. I will make it a poll, chat. A ethical door, so not the vampire. Is what you're saying. Well, the most ethical a dwarf can be is somebody who, you know, brews alcohol. How does that sound? JKRT, what do you think? Yes means I feed the prisoners to vampire. No means I don't feed prisoners to vampire. He is a nervous wreck and has an overbearing personality and is sometimes caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. Well, there you go. We are going to feed prisoners to the feed prisoners to the bookkeeper, eh? But we'll first check the hyper-ethical. Hyper-ethical, but like one word would definitely be like a synthwave group, though. He's often caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he does not often feel lustful, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he likes a little excitement now and then, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and is quick to anger, and he tries to do things correctly each time, and is very humble, and he has a sense of duty, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he isn't particularly ambitious, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. His hands are animated when he speaks. That's just, I'm just imagining somebody doing this, like, all the time. He's very anxious. When I go outside, I get stressed out. When there's people around, I'm anxious. Nobody likes me. What the fuck now? Anyway, he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of attaining a rank in society. Interesting. Has abandoned any attempt of self-control and finds the whole concept of deeply offensive. And sees power over others as something to strive for and values nature. Prefers a noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity and finds eloquence and artful speech. He prefers a noisy and bustling society to boring days without activity and finds eloquent and artful speech off-putting and doesn't feel strongly about the law. And he dreams of attaining a rank in society. He likes malachite, iron, milk, opal, and llama wool, and the color gold and yellow in maces and flasks, and the words of the page of aquamarine, and the sound of the phrase of lathering, and when possible, prefers to consume wolf, steelhead trout, and potato plants, and passion fruit wine, and absolutely hates rats. He likes eating wolves. Yes. That's the way this is going to work. Lagushka. That is, in fact, the way that this is going to work. An ad is starting soon. The only thing I'm going to be doing is working on this, so you're not going to miss much. The phrase of lathering sounds kind of sexy. I mean, if you like soap. Oh, actually, no. What I'm going to set up is this. I need to make this stockpile. Oh, also, I know what I did wrong. Build this. Oh my. That's not quite a decay. Can't really do it, George Decay. It was more of a yellow, oh yeah, which is way creepier. So, this guy is going to be digging out his own space for a little bit. At least he's happy at work. We're going to need to give him his own temple. The problem is he worships all of the deities. I guess I'll just make him a little general. He is a master? Criminal trial system. You mean like a more complicated version of the current system? Because we already have interrogations and like, it's just kind of up to the player what actually gets determined. Put 2 vamp libraries and have them both airlocked. I currently don't even have 1 functioning library, so let's do one thing at a time here, Fading the Edges. Like, I don't have any paper. I have 1 book in my library. So, like, let's do one thing at a time, yeah?
Crypt metal.
Yes, 1 by 1 temples work. Rev Brown! Hopefully work and stuff's good. Oh, this is hysterical. So I DM'd Putnam and say, if someone has a false name, you can't nickname them. And they said that's probably because it's nicknaming their real name, not their fake name. But come to think of it, that should mean that was the case in 47. Huh. That's kind of hysterical. We just found an old bug chat. It's because it attaches the nickname to their real name, not their fake name. Which is kind of funny. You got your mug a couple days ago? Hell yeah. Glad to hear. Since we're stuck in a loading screen right now, it is also worth noting, if for some reason you decide you like this stream a little bit and you want to support the stream directly, but like maybe like subscribing on Twitch isn't your thing, or for some reason you don't want to, I don't know, do other things, you can buy yourself a Vile Force of mug, which Pandasaurus Rex in chat is a happy customer of. It is available in both 15 and 11 ounce sizes and includes your very own Vile Force of Darkness. So when you're a Vile Force of Darkness in the morning, you can be kept happy knowing that you are not alone and not the only thing that is vile and a force of darkness when you wake up in the day. Anyway, you like this stream a little bit? I think the stream's okay. Okay, we also have stickers. Yeah, I mean, we got sticker and another sticker and another sticker and other sticker and even more other stickers. It is in fact a sticker. And on the 1st of next month, we have some more stuff coming. Spitalier, thanks for chucking out a 5-pack. Much appreciated. Cheers, dude. And thank you so much for the ludicrous amount of support over the years, you know? This channel probably wouldn't exist if it wasn't for people like Spitalier doing that. Because I wouldn't have made it this far. I didn't want to make that joke, Freehold, but someone had to. Uh-oh. Huh? Oh. Oh. Oh, that's not good. Apparently, there's dwarves on the surface still. Well, let's let them in. No, and there will never be. And there's a reason why there will never be a sticker of that panda. The reason why there will never be a sticker of that panda is because that panda is actually the Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 desktop icon just animated. And I don't really feel like getting sued by Atari. Or actually, I don't know who had the publishing of rights. Was it Infogrames technically back then? Anyway, same company, but I don't feel like getting any DMCA takedowns. So that one has to stay quiet that it exists. Yeah, so I actually can't do anything with that panda. In fact, I have to be careful about the fact that I have it. Which, granted, is probably fine, but still. Fine that I have it. Roller Coaster Tycoon's kind of mascot character is the panda mascot. So, yes. Someone never played Roller Coaster Tycoon, so clearly you aren't a human of culture. The panda entertainer was the best entertainer in Roller Coaster Tycoon. Also, let's double check on you. Aiden Tholtek. Sterlonian? Wait, when did Sterlonian die? While ago, I think. Did someone knock over your slab too? Nope. Okay. I guess I got more slabs to make then, eh? Nope, no slabs engraved for that one. Must have been recent. What the fuck? One of the best games ever made? Yeah, I streamed like 2,000 hours of it once upon a time. Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, anyway. And my chat is largely part of the reason why a lot of features in Open Roller Coaster Tycoon exist in the format that they exist in. All right, so I got a bunch of projects I got to get done all at once. So let's do that. Let's get this stuff done. And then this is going to be a guild hall. This is going to be a ranger guild hall. There it is. Boom. Going to accept it. Let's focus on this. You need skeletons. Lots of skeletons. Oh, actually, I wonder. Okay, so they haven't been slaughtered yet. I wonder if maybe that animal is not on the surface. Let's just slaughter a couple hens. Is that a hill titan? Yes, there is in fact a hill titan on the surface that I have locked up. I'm pretty sure I have a butcher shop. I mean, I've been butchering animals pretty much nonstop for a while. Unless I demolished it, which would be weird. I don't know how I could have accidentally done that. I mean, maybe I don't. Maybe I did knock it down. I don't think I did, but maybe I did. Peculiar. I need a place to put it, though. They just end up beating the skin to death repeatedly. Is how. Because only the skin comes back when they butcher stuff. I must have knocked it down then. Admittedly, the last time I streamed this fort, I slept, or I was exhausted, and after I finished streaming it, I slept for a good couple of hours. For reference, I slept for, oh boy, it was like 23 hours and 30 hours over the weekend or something. Ghost has been dealt with. So, oopsies if I forget certain things that I did. It's a good sleep. It just means I was sleep deprived, but yeah. Like, after because I did that Caves of Cud stream on Saturday, I went to bed after that stream was over. And I woke up at 11:30 at night, took my meds, went back to bed. Then I woke up so the stream ended at 2. I was in bed by 3:30. I woke up at 11:30 at night, took my meds, went back to bed, woke up at 2 p.m. the next day, ate lunch, and then napped again until 6 on Sunday. And then I was awake for like a few hours on Sunday. Didn't really do much of value. Went to a craft brewery I like for an hour. I had a pint and a half, came home, made dinner, ate dinner, made brownies, worked out because I've been doing that a lot more recently because I want to be able to do backpacking more effectively, and then went back to bed. And then woke up after like another 9 hours of sleep and then barely slept last night because like I slept so much over like a day and a half. I was like, bleh. Anyway, that's a fucking cool ass bed. Welcome back, Zwari. Arath Arelgusgush. The hunter has created Golden Matzang Ubas Imgos, a silver bed, and offers it to the whales of drowning. Old Zwari, I would like you to know something very important. You're number one, you're still alive, so don't worry. You're still the mayor. And the fortress now has a resident vampire. Brownies is all you heard? Yeah, I made brownies. Mm-hmm. I also posted pictures of the brownies on the Discord if you missed them. Kind of funny. It was actually, I made the same recipe that was posted up further up in the Discord. These were the brownies I made. I was literally like doing leg day while making brownies. I did all the mixing and stuff, and then like put it in the pan, and then started working out, and then put the brownies into the oven, and then sat in my apartment doing exercises while brownies were making. Yeah. And if you want the recipe, go to the Discord and go to the picture of my brownies, and then click this button right here. Boink. This is the recipe, which was this person's recipe right here. And they shared it right there. So I made that recipe. It turned out pretty good, actually. I think if I make them a second time with that same recipe, I will bake them for about 5 minutes less. I think my oven's a little bit too hot. My oven's just a tiny bit too hot. All right. Anyway, complete subject swap there. Let's read the description of this bed, because that's a cool little artifact. This is a silver bed. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is studded with silver, and this object menaces with spikes of chicken bone. That is a fancy-ass bed, dude. And a human caravan has arrived. Well, I guess I turn this on. Except I'm actually going to go in here, and I'm going to remove the vampire from here because he's in his own area anyway. All right, so you... Let's make... Let's make 20 billion crowns. What we're going to do. And then let's see, what can I even sell them? I'm going to sell a bunch of clothing that's around. Most of this is like old, falling apart anyway. Some of these actually have some value to them. Some of them very much no. Sorry, but large rat leather shoe. That's not going to be stomachable for a while. Should be plenty. Yeah, so we're going to feed prisoners to him. Sorry. Fancy bed for vampire? Nah, vampire doesn't deserve fancy bed. To buy broken clothes? I mean, come on. They're selling me wood, actually. Vampires are normal dwarves, so yeah. You know, I love how for a while there, porn bots on YouTube used to just be like, click on my username to get naked pictures of me or whatever. And now porn bots on YouTube are just like, hey, very cool, thanks, heart emoji, smiley face. With a very sus-looking profile image. And, like, the difference is I don't delete their comments anymore. Lumi Blade, who's probably not a porn bot. Thank you very much for the 2nd month. Welcome back with that Prime. Cheers, friend. No more need to dodge ads. Clearly you didn't hear what I said. Freehold Boris. Or heard the context of what I said. And also to answer that question, no. The bots shifted to parasocial techniques and they work better. They're much more effective now, yeah. They're much more effective now.
Great content, thanks.
Thanks
Less
for the
than
$1,
free.
Rev. Cheers, dude. Oi. Mason has been found dead. What is... Oh. They... Thanks for the $5, let me play it. I did not know that they ignore... So, Chad, did you know that they ignore burrows for trading? I didn't. I do now. Get inside, you dipshits. Or Big Burb is gonna murder you all. Although it appears either this dwarf has lost their intestines or Big Bird up here, this named giant puffin has lost their intestines. So it's time to send out the military so Streamlabs finally gets to see some blood. This is the named puffin corpse whose intestines are dangling. It's like it's got a rope falling down from me. My visitors? No, my dwarves are all in a burrow, but apparently they ignore burrows. Why are you playing make-believe here, child? This is a bad place to do that. Of all the places you could be playing make-believe, why here and now? Why here and now, child? Why here and now? You are going to lose your everything if you keep playing make-believe right underneath the giant undead puffin. So apparently they ignore burrows for gathering trade goods. Anyway, the military is now here and are fighting. Let's see how this goes. The giant puffin corpse. They are adorably evil. Hammer Polly bites the giant puffer corpse in the upper leg, tearing the fat. The dwarven child punches it. Oh shit! The kid's helping. The Hammer Polly bashes the giant puffin in the head with her silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and chipping the skull. The child punches it again. Hammer Polly bashes the giant puffin corpse in the left foot with her warhammer, chipping the bone. The force bends the left ankle, bruising the muscle and bruising the muscle. The dwarven child punches the puffin corpse in the upper body with her left hand, bruising the muscle. The giant puffin corpse pushes the dwarven child in the right hand, bruising the muscle. The Hammer Polly scratches the giant puffin corpse. Do zombies lose their free will, or do they just willingly want to be evil? They just lose all of their emotions. They aren't evil, necessarily. The dwarven child scratches the giant puffin corpse in the lower body, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle and bruising the stomach. Hammer Polly bashes the puffin corpse. All right, well, this is going so well. Hammer Aegis is coming in too soon. Here comes Aegis and the puffin. Wow, that puffin was full of bolts. And the giant puffin corpse is now dead. And we saved the kid. And everybody else is late. A walrus is fighting with a dog. Is that my walrus? That is, in fact, my walrus. Well, Can you, like, go get... Oh, I see. I'm out of cages. Let's make 10 copper cages. And trade. Oh, we're not ready to trade yet. Kid's going somewhere, that's for sure. Was eaten by a giant ant. I'm so sorry for laughing at that, but that's hilarious on a floor chakra. I feel bad about laughing at that one. But anyway, so just to like reiterate, Lumi Blade, thank you very much for the Prime for a second month and the $5 in bits. You're very kind. And thank you, chat, so much for helping keep this channel funded at the level that it's been funded. So the important question now is, why is my broker taking so long to get up here to do their job? I'm just going to remove you from all other tasks. They're supposed to get up here and trade, broker. Not socialize! Or listen to us. There you go. Clearly cold-blooded. You need to give him a bit of a raise so that broker no longer broke. There we go. Now we can trade. Mark all. We're going to buy all of this wood off of them. I'm absolutely going to buy the aluminium and the other stuff. And I'm going to buy that tin cage. I'm going to buy those 2 barrels, buy those 2 buckets, buy those 2 picks. Don't need to buy any of the armor because it's all large. I will buy all of that. We'll buy all the cloth. I'll buy those gems. Why not? I'll buy that anvil. I'll buy the meat. I'll buy the flounder. I'll buy the plants. I'll buy the other stuff. I'll buy the other stuff. I'll buy that. Why not? We can make wine. Might as well buy the capers. We'll buy your thread. I don't need your skirt or your backpacks, but I will buy your cheese. Ooh, you brought me paper, meaning I can make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 choirs. And you know what? I'm going to buy that mortar. I'm going to put it on a pedestal. Trade. All right. Let's make 5 choirs. And can jump over down to here and mortar and pestle, not mortar strike. And I'm going to add a new route, which is going to have a stop right there. This is going to fill from right there. And have none of those. And the bill and minecart. Because you don't deserve them? Nah. Speaking of, might as well make my dude satisfied. Honestly, because I just keep forgetting. Mostly. This fort keeps throwing like 50 billion things at me and I keep getting distracted. This fort's been very good at distracting my priorities. Undead tend to do that. Yep. Yes, they do. Speaking of undead. Why has that been suspended? Unsuspend that. Actually, I bet you I know why. It's because this whole layer is not in the burrow. It is now! All right. This area up here is going to be smoothed by Angie Wampy. And chat, if I haven't done anything with him in a while, remind me about the vampire. Because while I probably won't forget about him, if I do, I'm going to have a hard time completing tasks with him because he's going to go nuts eventually. So ask me to check in on Vampy every so often, yeah? Booze Hammer! What kind of dwarf would you like? Just let me know. I'm going to go take a real quick restroom because an ad's about to start. I'm going to go take a real quick restroom break. So I'm going to go take a piss. Let me know what approximate dwarf you would like, and I will be back in a moment. Chat room. All right, so we are giving Booze Hammer the Vampire. So because I can't nickname him, I can only give him a custom role. So your custom role is going to be Booze Hammer, just so that you know. So you're Vampire, because like I see, like it shows your real name here, Lycott. I can name you Booze Hammer up here, but it's not actually going to show on your dwarf. So your vampire nickname is going to be Booze Hammer. Does that work? Now we can actually read the description of this vampire.
I finished up some work, and that was satisfying. He lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace, and is an optimist and often cheerful, though he remains put off by deliberate merrymaking. He is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors. This voice sucks. I'm going to stop doing it. And he has an active sense of humor, and he often feels discouraged and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he often touches others during conversations right before he eats them. And he is when he's excited. And when he's speaking, he generally lowers his eyes at your neck. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees merrymaking as a waste and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, but values loyalty. He likes satin spinner.
Mr. Lugosi, is that you?
He likes iron Christopher's kapok, wood, and creepy crawler leather in the color of violet for blood, and short swords and chickens for their scratching, and squidmen for their ability to spray ink and blood, and the words of the page of aquamarine and the sight of the musical blossom, and when possible prefers to consume bonded knife fish and custard apple cider and dwarven wheat flour, and absolutely hates cave spiders. You apparently have a whole bunch of kids, by the way. 1, 2, 3 kids, four kids. no spouse to speak of. You worship a bunch of deities, and you have a master. And Claiborne, thanks for the $12 in bits today, by the way. You're too kind. And I'm going to let you engrave some images as time goes on. Oh, God. Some more migrants have arrived despite the danger. You unwise bastards. All right, well, they should all come flying straight in because the door is currently open. What a bad place for you guys to show up. Hey, what's up, Yum? Yum Transfat. That's the username. Saw a dead body. Uh-huh. At least it's still dead. Uh-oh. Well, there's a zombie corpse up here who's apparently bleeding heavily because this child is fighting with it, although the child is currently bleeding and exhausted, winded, and bleeding. And I would say that child is losing this here fight. But military is on their way. Come on, rest in peace, kiddo. So maybe you're going to become a named zombie. Damn, this zombie moved quick. It appears I am Dryston gets in first and is here to kill. Terrified and annoyed while in conflict, the rest of the military arrives and zombie falls fast. But frankly, only a single... Uh-oh. Is there more things for them to fight with? Only a single loss for new surface comers is pretty good. You did, in fact, slay a zombie child. Are you proud? All right, let's assign the newbies to this zone. Now is many the Company of Gorges. Oh, a stoneworker. I totally forgot I was supposed to make a stoneworkers guild. Hot jeez. I genuinely did. That part's not even a joke. All right, well. What's the value of this down here right now? 1,000. It needs to be 6,000. I'm gonna put I'm gonna put a pedestal down here. Let's just see if I can. It's the most distracting. It's literally a game that's just like designed to just throw curveballs at you constantly. But like none of the curveballs are like necessarily mean. Unlike certain games that try to be like Dwarf Fort. And then after like 6 months of in-game time, suddenly you're like, why is nothing getting done? Oh, it's because everybody's just so pissed at me for the last 247 things I forgot to do for them. No, unfortunately. Jelly Belly. But if you make a candy artifact or candy named item, you could theoretically import them there. Let's put yellow diamonds, square cut, clear diamonds onto here. I do want to do more things with this, but for right now, this is all that we're doing. Umbra Eterna. Whoa. Okay, first off, there's a yak bull fighting with a zombie somewhere. That's a lot of subs. Thank you very much for the 25 pack, dude. Holy shit. That's all I have to say to that is thank you so much. Oh, there's another zombie on the surface. But chat, you know what to do. You're already doing it, so thank you very much. Means a lot. And shoutouts to anybody who got caught up in that. Just taking that #1 spot with like with a storm. Here come the military to remove yet another zombie. Zombie die. Oh god, that sucks. Well, best of luck and get well soon, dude. Being sick is the worst. Feel better. I need a metalsmith guild and a stoneworker guild right now. Oh boy. Game is kind of throwing the works at me right now. Let's make 3 billion pedestals. Stole it from you? Yep. Someone's got to, though. It's the point of leaderboards, right? But thank you very much. And definitely get well soon. Lots of vitamin C. Oh no, so you reloaded and now it's a different artifact? Ooh. I mean, you could just like Alt F4 and try again. You might get it on the next attempt. When you were woke up this morning with a pounding headache and a sore throat. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, I think I was sick like the other week, although I'm not sure if I was sick or if I was just like sleep deprived. Like kind of had like this sort of crappy gut feeling. It's hard to explain. Like I didn't quite feel sick, but also I didn't quite feel well. Just kind of felt a little weak, but with the amount I slept over this past weekend, I'm starting to think I was just sleep deprived. But then again, with my body, I don't know. It might also just be a pain flare-up. It could be many number of things. It's one of the problems of having weird body problems. It's hard to tell when you're sick. Oh yeah, candy is a term for adamantine in Dwarf Fortress, which people insist on using for some reason. It's kind of the spoiler-free way of referring to endgame stuff, I suppose. It's almost more of like a like Dwarf Fortress community joke at this point. I do my best. I'll put it that way. Which isn't much at times, but I do my best. So this right here, I want to be a Metalsmith's Guild. So I'm actually going to agree to make the Metalsmith's Guild first. There it is. Apparently I have just a ton of granite flooring. So we're gonna make granite flooring. Let's make copper. Well, no, let's make billion tables. And billion thrones. Let's make 20 of each. And I'm going to make 100 charcoal. You know for a fact I'm running out of charcoal. There's still plenty up there, so. And I do also have another one of these. What are these all made out of? Marble? You got a mod for slime girls because they look good. Turns out there are wild slime girls in the caverns and the dwarves attack them always. Well, yeah. The slimes regenerate so quickly that dwarves cannot kill them fast enough. Sounds like zombies. Also sounds like a lot of Dwarf Fortress mods. Vampire's still satisfied at work. And I'm going to give him a little zone right here, which is going to be a new temple to no specific deity. Because he keeps on wanting to pray, so we'll give him a little temple to no specific deity so we can go pray. So I'm going to approve the Metalsmiths Guild. They've got a lot of tasks to do right now, so we'll just let them complete those. Yeah, I don't know. Sounds like a poorly balanced mod to me. There's a lot of mods for Dwarf Fortress out there that are just like, yo, it's here to make things really hard. But in my experience, they generally just kind of wreck the game. But, I don't know. My opinions on difficulty in Dwarf Fortress are not necessarily the most popular at times, so... So this is for a ranger guild hall. A reindeer fighting with the cat, Jurist. Well, this cat is dead. Get inside, Jurist. F's for Jurist. Well, it's not that it's RNG based. It's really not. The difficulty in DF is actually quite well balanced. Did I ever actually set you to take from the... Oh, I see the problem. The problem is, it's not that Dwarf Fortress's difficulty isn't... is RNG based. The difficulty in Dwarf Fortress is relatively balanced. The thing is, it's very easy to make an adversary that's borderline unkillable. It's very, very, very easy to do that in Dwarf Fortress. And I look at a lot of Dwarf Fortress mods and go, I don't know if I want to deal with that. So, you know. If you face a Steel Titan, I mean, I've killed Steel Titans and a Steel Forgotten Beast, two Steel Titans and a Steel Forgotten Beast before. I've also been killed by both. But also, like, I take your Steel Titan and I raise you a door, which would win. A door would win. So, you know, there is that. Or an artifact door, or a drawbridge. But, oh, fuck, I clicked the wrong button. Regenerating enemies, no, not so much. Okay, so this, bars blocks, bars of metal. Accidentally deleted the stockpile. Load from there. And you, yes. And, here you go. So that guild's established, I think. Sepia company has been satisfied. Now the next one is this one. This is the Metalsmith's Guild Hall. Made of faint. Diamonds aren't that strong. I mean, well, okay. They are pretty strong, but they're not the worst Forgotten Beast material. Diamonds crack pretty easily against sharp weapons. Same with glass. Glass and diamonds aren't actually that scary. Theoretically, they should be, but they're not. Steel is terrifying. Steel with webs is horrific. Although I once had a blob made of platinum that was way scarier than it should be. Like, the blob made of platinum killed, like, a ton of dwarves. I'm thinking, like, silver walls that are just full of engravings. It was literally just like a roll. Actually, you know that,
Hey, Depression brother, thanks for the great content and high intellect mixed with humility.
Cheers, dude. And thanks for the second month. Means a lot. Hang in there. Brain no fun sometimes. It's like, you know, that ball in Elden Ring that like follows the people on the bridge, and then if you move out of the way of it, it still hits you. It was literally like that. It's just like a ball that just goes bang and just whacks into you and crushes you. Let's do that. Oh yeah, I played adventure mode in old DF. Very sandboxy. I mean, what I mostly used, because adventure mode in version 47 is there's a lot of unfinished features in it, like more so than Fortress mode, right? Like, you can accept quests. There's no way to turn them in, and there's no rewards. Also, good luck finding the person that gave you the quest in the first place, so you'll probably never see that person again. Little things like that. So it's kind of a weirdly broken thing. So I've been very much looking forward to... wait, what? I'm just going to set you to be dumped. And go, do I still have that dumping zone? No, it's currently paused. Let's unpause you and just get rid of that boulder, because that might be actually the problem here. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Thanks for the 10-pack. That leaderboard's getting hot today. Here's, dude. Oh, wait. No. Okay, there we go. The boulder's getting moved. For the tutorials? Well, thank you. People are generous today. It must have been payday this past weekend. But that's a lot of subs. Thank you very much for the 10-pack, dude. Jerry Gord with the 20. You know, it's kind of interesting, Jerry Gord. Your name's listed now. Thank you very much for the 20-pack. You just had to one them up, didn't you? Thank you very much. All right, I think the humans have left, which they are. They appear to be fighting with those undead. That's fine. I can disable this. Jump back down here, and we can go back to what we were doing. I can unsuspend this. See if we can get this thing finished. As you make hot cocoa with a shot of rum. Cheers. Well, you know, I'm just gonna do this to kind of assist. This anonymous sub is me. Because obviously, Finn, you should try open fort designs. Obviously. Naturally. We got a sniper out there? It's usually you, Claiborne. Come on. Depends on how much the the cocoa is, or how much cocoa is in there. You know, if it's like a very large hot chocolate, then yeah, 2 shots of rum. But if it's a small hot chocolate, yeah, 1 shot's fine. Ooh, we got a ton of adventurines. Green windows. We'll fortify behind them. Peak, thank you very much for the $2.50. Cheers, dude. 50-50 flavor. Ah, that's too much rum. sorry. You lost me there. That's too much rum now. Jump straight to level 4 because of your guys' crazy amounts of gift bombs. Well, thank you very much. You love the shirt, by the way? You got it last week? Hell yeah, dude. I'm like just constantly impressed with how quickly that my merch company ships. Constantly impressed. Like somebody orders something and it's shipped by that afternoon. It's like, oh my God. I don't know what they're doing, but like putting Amazon to shame. Very efficient. They are wizards? It seems that way. I love it. Why else do you think why do you think I do this job? If I didn't love it, I wouldn't do this job, dude. It was a bit smelly, though. Yeah, I mean, any kind of print-on shirts like that need to be washed as soon as you get them. That's kind of a gift. But thank you very much for yet another hype train chat room. It means a lot. Really does. Grumpy pants among your population? Well, you have to improve their living and give them what they want. Some dwarves are really hard to please, like this one. But you have to give them what they want. You have to check their needs. Try and let them have those needs. Exactly, like Zwari said. It depends on what their needs are. And Stoneworkers Guild was going to go over here somewhere, which I haven't actually had the chance to build yet. Speaking of needs, I'm going to go down to here. Going to cut out some more. Granite. And Jake the Snake Farmer, thank you very much for the 3rd month in that resub. Appreciate you. Cheers. It's going to take a while for that one to pop up. Anthropossmus, thank you very much for the 6th month with Prime. Your game just crashed? Oh no! I've been fortunate. I had a couple of crashes with this save early on, but it seems to be fixing itself mostly. Why are you forbidden?
Speaking of needs, blood. Yes, me. Streamlabs. Checking
Yes,
in
Jake
again.
from Snake Farm. Definitely. I'm not going to lie, the random Cthulhu stuff that you wrote in earlier was probably the funniest thing that you've made Streamlabs do today. I wonder what Streamlabs would think of this branding. Thanks for the $10, Mind.
I thought it was chert, but it's ooh over new. It must have been chert, but I lost it somehow. It must have been chert, but it's over new, for the lava we touched, because time's running out.
I don't know who's talking now. But thank you very much for the $10, Mind. And thank you, chat, for that silly hype train. You guys are very kind. Bunch of goofballs. All right, well, we are over here making a, metalsmith's guild. A raccoon with matches. That does not sound safe, but hello. A raccoon with matches is like, the only thing that's worse is maybe a squirrel with a gun. Which, by the way, basically just a meme and probably will be a terrible video game. But, squirrel with a gun? Squirrel with a squirrel with a gun? Squirrel with a gun. Squirrel with a gun? Squirrel with a gun. Probably just all purchased, Unreal assets. Squirrel with a gun. I'm just saying, squirrel with a gun might be the next. Might be the next. Not Untitled Goose Game. Goat Simulator. I don't know about. You like Conker's Bad Fur Day? Maybe not. I can't export ballista arrows. Thank you, Zwari. Vampy up here is slowly doing thing. But here's what I need. Oopsies. And at some point, he's going to do this. Probably after he's done smoothing everything, but one thing at a time. He's an innocent dwarf? Well, I mean, he's definitely an innocent dwarf. You know, he's got 0 kill. Definitely. Speaking of 0 kill, shark jumping walrus. Who is getting a dwarf? What kind of dwarf am I giving them? But besides, he is satisfied at work. And he's starting to work slowly due to its scarcity, due to booze scarcity. Who doesn't have a dwarf? Chat, if you don't have a dwarf, raise your hand. One of your squads raided a dark human settlement and came back with a caged kobold, among other things. That is adorable. And you named him Wallace. That's fantastic. No, Diamond Destruct died. You don't have a dwarf, Huz. I like that you named him Wallace. That's my favorite part. That's my favorite detail of that whole story. A minor guild has been established. Well, next we're gonna get a major guild. Let me just jump on to my crafters and just check something. I don't think it's valued high enough yet. I don't know if I have one of these. Yes, we do. So who am I giving a dwarf to? Bloodin or Blood Odin? Just trying to make sure that I'm getting the Blood Odin, assuming is who you're referring to, unless there's somebody else named Bloodin that I'm not seeing here. Blood Odin. So what kind of dwarf am I giving Blood Odin? I don't know, Necros. Like, genuinely, I couldn't tell you how many days it takes on normal. So, I don't actually know. A hunter? That's telling some... So, none of the hunters are actually assigned to hunting in this map. And the reason for that is they will just go die. Because before they actually get the dead creature back, it'll come back to life. So no one is actually hunting. Just to be clear here, none of them are actually hunters. Some of them have the task, but they're not actually doing that job. So yeah, if it's until they forget about it, it would be until they forget any memory, which could be a very long time. They be LARPing it? Well, I mean, they're training it. But if I'm giving them a hunter, give Blood Odin this one, who's meditating on metals currently. Blood Odin. He has a strong tendency towards privacy, and he is confident under pressure. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And he is and once again, he is confident under pressure. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and he tends to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. And he has an active sense of humor, and he doesn't seek out excitement, and he doesn't often feel envious of others. He likes to take it easy, and he isn't given to flights of fancy. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he is a hardened individual. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. He likes shirt, rose gold, and clear garnet, and gazelle hoof, giant armadillo shell, and giant gray langur parchment, and the color slate gray and reindeer for their large herds, and when possible, prefers to consume swordfish and cave fish and turnip wine and maize flour, and absolutely hates leeches. Is a pet turkey. And could do without all that them creatures in the tangled greenery. And feels enraptured after performing the rites of the fabulous coven at a dedicated temple. So quite happy. Also, in regards to the 4 pissy dwarves, we had about 25 at one point in this fort. So yeah, we're doing okay. Stoneworkers and miners. Rolf! Howdy do. Gobble, gobble, gobble. It's like the duck song, except gobble, gobble, instead of waddle, waddle. Also, apparently, like, my entire stream team is going to Las Vegas in October. So to any of you guys, if anybody here is in, like, the general Las Vegas area, first off, don't buy tickets to TwitchCon. But there will, yeah, grapes, exactly. But there will probably be some sort of meetup in Las Vegas late October. Somewhere between the October 19th and 23rd. That's probably going to happen. Because I'm going to be in Las Vegas, and so is most of my stream team, apparently. You're only 4 hours away? You wouldn't be the only person driving down. Why wouldn't one buy tickets to TwitchCon? Because TwitchCon sucks and is expensive. And it's also in Las Vegas, so just go hang around. But I mean, I guess, like, theoretically, you could buy tickets to TwitchCon. I just personally wouldn't recommend it. Blind, go and get married? God, I wish. That makes some parts of my life way simpler. How am I out of copper? I beg your fucking pardon? Apparently I'm out of copper. Let's just smelt some tetrahedrite. You're fine? How's Dwarfin? Dwarfin pretty good? But yeah, no, jokes aside, TwitchCon does kind of suck, generally. It's not really a convention for people. It's a convention for people who theoretically think it would be an awesome idea to be a streamer. So it's kind of it's a hard convention to recommend that people go to, if that makes any sense. All right, well, Stoneworkers Guild is the next one I need to do, so I think we're going to do that back here. Except I'm running out of space. What if we built it in here? Or maybe even back here? A force that is dark and vile has arrived. Oh, and they left immediately. Well, that's good. I would too, frankly. Based on this location, I too would just leave. Akre, what kind of dwarf would you like? Approximately, just let me know, and we'll do our best to get you dwarfed. You heard that there was a new settlement nearby? Let's raid it. What, those guys? I mean, there's a new settlement nearby, and definitely all of the guys we've sent previously to go attack it haven't come back, so we should go check it out. Make sure it's safe for our next raiding party. Definitely. Seems wise. Metal or stonecrafter? I could do either of those. Got plenty of masons and stone carvers, and also got some weaponsmiths, some metal crafters, some blacksmiths. I've been checking in on Vampire. He's still smoothing. You'll take a weaponsmith? Okay. I will give you this one. And then give them the weaponsmith labor. It's a specific labor. Akre, the pointy item smith, is sometimes cruel and unfriendly and is sometimes cruel but is very friendly, not unfriendly, and always tries to say nice things to others. He can easily fall into love and develop positive feelings, and I have a bunny rabbit that's starving to death. He can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Okay, so easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. It does. Okay, thank you. He is often cheerful and has a greedy streak, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering skill, personally values good craftsmanship, and does not really value merrymaking, and likes tin and yellow sespertine, and muskox hoof, and pond turtle bone, and the color pale blue, and shields, and backpacks, and scepters, and catapult parts for their catapults for their parts, and pigs for their snorts, and the words of the page of aquamarine, and when possible prefers to consume giant hair and turnip plant. And you have a pet bunny who I'm about to just pasture up here so that they stop starving to death. Hold on. Oh, that's just a normal kangaroo doe. I thought that was a giant kangaroo doe. Also, it appears that the bads, or the humans, died on the map and seem to have sort of kind of maybe left some animals somewhere. That's suboptimal. Catapult parts and pigs for their snorts. I misread that. Okay, so is there a particular reason why nobody wants to make this persimmon wood axle? I'm just going to cancel that and just remove this persimmon wood axle and replace it. So I don't actually know why this isn't getting done. Same with that siltstone mechanism. I literally just need somebody to do the task. Oh, actually, I have a slight possible thinking as to why. Mechanics is a specific job, and I don't think I have enough dwarves assigned to them. Out of burrow? Oh, it's the burrow's off. The burrow's been off for a while. Although we're going to need to trade pretty soon. Uh-oh. This is bad. Military, I need you to go kill this kangaroo and sheep before it kills these dwarves. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Get up here, hammered boys. Beat the crap out of that roo. I think I just lost a dwarf. Nope, never mind. That's a caravan arriving. No, that area very much is in the place where it needs to be. Okay, military go back to doing what they do. Put us all in the burrow. Let's open up this. Oh, hey, that's very convenient. They should, like, keep showing up right there, right next to the little trapdoor. You can't stew undead. I'm sorry, what? Why did I lose so many dwarves right there? Right, well, we need to stand here for a minute. Holy shit. That was quite the death toll. Well, I need the military to stand here for when they all come back. Hold up. Hopefully it wasn't somebody's pet who died. Whoa. Chat room, we have, You have a problem. I don't think it's a reanimation spiral, but it's definitely a spiral. Although no, fighting is still happening. Okay, so where is the fighting happening? Okay, yeah, no, it's definitely it's an animation spiral. Okay, well, I mean, I guess that's better than... a loyalty cascade. But... kinda also a bit of a problem. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave one squad stationed up here. And the second squad I'm going to station in here. Because this is where all the bodies are gonna go. So Sanic is the only named dwarf that's died. You arrived to witness the fun? Definitely some fun, yeah. So essentially what's happening is all of the dwarves' corpses are getting chucked into here as quickly as humanly possible. I don't think they'll resurrect out of this, but if they do, the military will kill them. And then as soon as this minecart is full, it should just fire off. Which is this one? Yeah. So I'm actually going to set it to fire whenever it hits 25%, because it's 25% full right now. I like how we're getting the death spiral music now. Okay, so there you go. All of these corpses are down here, so when they inevitably come back, at the very least, they will just be down there now. So that's good for our current safety. Hold on. Let's go and memorialize all of these dwarves. So, Obok. Avuz. Oh, I see. Olon. But yeah, it seems like it was just like things were resurrecting as fast as we could kill them. That or somebody's pet came back to life and then we killed their pet and then that caused them to go insane. Might have been that. It might have been a little mini tantrum, like loyalty cascade. It's hard to really tell what caused that. But what I do know is it ended with a bunch of dwarves dying. At least it wasn't Akre, though, who, like, just got named. Maffle A. Medtob. Zulban. Erdim AT. KOLCU. And then this one right here. MOMU. Happy little mistakes? I mean, it happens. I don't know if I would say it's happy, but it certainly happens. We'll see how many of them come back as zombies in a minute. And I'm going to suspend this. Lock that door. And we're going to just bring Bill and Crowns. And bring them these crappy gloves. Crappy hoods, except for that helm. All of these pants. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I barely did anything. I just sent the military up to go deal with the animals that died somehow. Although I think what I actually did is I think I accidentally released a zombie out of a cage. I'm pretty sure that's what actually happened there, but Dwarf is seriously injured. Same with you. At least they're being allowed to rest and recuperate. Did you ever finish your value? No. Need you. Go to cut. We'll put diamonds on there to get that one done. Oh my god. More of these. Oh, Manny. To be fair, they are quite fun to build, but geez. They just make sure that the cage is right next to the chain and they'll be fine. They won't escape. I've never seen a goblin escape that mid-transit. Not once. I mean, that could have been a lot worse. Been a lot worse. You wish for a rewind feature sometimes? Yeah, I don't think that's gonna ever happen. You know, it's kind of funny. There was one time, I think it was at PAX, during a PAX panel, where somebody asked Tarn, they were like, what is a dream feature that you don't think you'll ever be able to add to Dwarf Fortress? So, like, if you could just, like, point your finger at one perfect feature that you could add to Dwarf Fortress that you don't think you'll ever actually be able to add to Dwarf Fortress, he thought about it for, like, half a second and said, time travel. Like, I want you to be able to go forwards and backwards in time and retire a fortress and then move the world forward in time or move the world backward in time and see what changed. But I don't think we'll ever see that, really. Also, chat room, fun fact, I had exactly 420 followers in February. That's it. That's the fact. That would really, yeah, it's literally never gonna happen. I mean, it's the reason it's a pie in the sky dream feature. You know, that 6969 would be giggity. Come on. Diplomacy time. I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your civilization and world info. Give me wood! They want handwear. When I do retrograde, Tom? Or Tim? I mean, first thing you say in chat, you're unfollowing. I mean, if you need to ruin the perfect number, then okay. Here, I will just like you to know that Rubber Duck is disappointed slightly. You wouldn't want to disappoint Rubber Duck, would you? Also, sorry, I read your name as Tom, not Tim. Sad squeak. Yep, that's what happens whenever people unfollow me. That or I shake the rat. But you know, need to pour myself more coffee. The issues with implementing a rewind are, one, it hasn't been standardized across fortresses, so it would be hard to create an input. Preox, thanks for gifting a sub to Tim. Welcome to the channel. Unfollow now, I dare you. I mean, there was that one person who got real offended with me shortly after Dwarf Fortress's release, and then somebody gifted them a sub, and then they disabled their sub features, and then unfollowed, and then like 20 minutes later refollowed, and then subbed themselves, which I think I respect. Is it normal for dwarves to start fighting when the mayor is signed a work order? They're not fighting because the mayor is signed a work order. They're probably just fighting because they're pissed. The fighting is probably unrelated to the work order. So I would say no, that is not normal. A steel battle axe, don't mind if I do. I'll buy a toy boat for the kids, why not? Might as well buy that steel spear as well. I'll buy those boots and those socks, why not? Oh, can't buy his bags, I don't actually have that much value. I would like the meat and the fish and the plump helmets and those and those and those and that. They brought a book! Chat, we now have 2 books! That's good. Then we can trade. You gotta fly? Just don't fall. We'll see when we see it, dude. We have normal puffins outside now? I mean, now they're dead normal puffins and a dead turkey. There's something about a named undead chicken that's hysterical to me. Uh-oh. Hold on a second. Chat room, I have reason to believe that this kangaroo doe arm killed 2 dwarves. Just reason to believe. I mean, as long as it was the right arm, then you truly were right. Also, an artifact is being made now. The Stonecrafter. Also, fort is all laggy. I'm going to keep these dwarves assigned to this. It's going to unforbid this. All right. Claimed a Craftsdwarf shop. All right. Well, you're doing your thing, so good luck there. Oh, they clearly can't. So they definitely cannot. What's the word? Okay, so they definitely cannot. Like, what's the word? Go get this minecart because of all these zombies down here. They're like, oh god, there's zombies. Anyway, if we just pull this lever up here, which we just did, I think. It'll drop them. Which didn't crush them, but this should. But how do you get an enemy caught in a cage trap out of a cage? Place the cage trap and assign them to something else. Is how you do it. So either assign them to a different cage, or assign them to a pasture, or assign them to a chain. Is how you do it. And actually, that's something that doesn't get asked super frequently. Might be surprised. You right here. Put those 2 figurines on there. That should do it. What do my minecarts do there? Which one? This one? This one gets all the bodies loaded into it and then flies down to the bottom here and fires them off. It fires the bodies off into this little secluded zone so that we can crush them without my dwarves having to worry about them coming back to life and fighting my dwarves. And we're also using it as a refuse stockpile. Basically, it goes down to the garbage mashers. So this minecart right here, bodies go into it, like this one, this rotten corpse right here. And then if they get released, then they get caught in this right here. So essentially, they either go into cage traps or they go into the coffins right there, essentially. And speaking of cage traps, a walrus just got caught in one, which means I can build the cage trap right there, and we can start training it again. Actually, I could just use closest material, probably. Never mind, that's actually a child in that cage trap. Wait, hold on a second. What? I misread that? No, okay, never mind. It's not actually a child. There was just a child playing where it was. What the fuck's in that trap? Through the fortification, yeah. So if you go watch my minecart shotguns video, it'll explain how to build those. But the thing is, you can load anything into them. So I basically built a minecart shotgun. If you make the minecart go fast enough, stuff will fly through the fortification. Quite quickly, in fact. All right, so I have a bunch of guilds I need to make. I need to make a miners guild, which I'm going to build right here. Or maybe not like right there, but I'm going to build a miners guild. And I'm also going to make a stoneworkers guild. So I need to figure out where I'm going to put those. Got a good emote combo. It's a pretty good emote combo. I like to think that my emotes combo very well with other people's emotes. Or got quite laggy all of a sudden. Something must be pissed. And or stuck somewhere. Which actually wouldn't surprise me in the slightest right about now. If something was just stuck somewhere in this fort. As I suddenly lost like 20 frames. Although the population has gone up quite a bit, so. I'm your socialist friend. Well, I mean, I do live in a country with socialized healthcare, so yes. But yeah, I don't know anybody who says that, because generally I'm not friends with those people. Although the ironic thing is the place where I live, usually I'm the one getting the slurs thrown at because I'm the white person. But, you know. It's strange to be to be Caucasian and be the minority somewhere, but it does happen. We have more fighting breaking out? That's a giant eagle fighting with Tun, the Mace Lord. Huh. Do you got this? Damn, he did. Well then. You, pretty good at what you do there, Dwarf. Is going to a Are you the source of the lag? Terrified while in conflict. With what? No, elves eat their own dead and things that they've killed after battles. They don't eat people. For no reason. Elves are religious zealots. I wouldn't say that they're evil. The only truly evil faction, according to the Dwarven Code of Ethics, in my opinion, are... Well, goblins aren't even necessarily evil. They're just libertarians. So if libertarians are evil, then the goblins are evil. Otherwise, the only truly evil faction, in my opinion, are the humans. Every other one of them are simply, every other one of the factions in Dwarf Fortress are simply neutral, but they have their own code of ethics, which is what makes them interesting. There are no non-evil factions in Dwarf Fortress. They're all kind of fucked in their own weird way. Dwarf Fortress is all just shades of gray. What makes humans evil? They believe that murder is fine if you get away with it. Okay, so let's read the humans. Okay, so killing a member of the same entity is justified with good reason. Killing a neutral sapient is justified if no repercussions. So it's okay to kill somebody who's neutral to you as long as you don't get caught. Killing an enemy is acceptable. Killing an animal is acceptable. Killing plants is acceptable. Torture as example is acceptable. Torture for information is acceptable. Torture for fun is appalling. And torture of animals is shunned, but not appalling. Whereas with elves, all of the killing an enemy is acceptable. Killing an animal is justified in self-defense. Killing a plant is unthinkable. Torture as an example is acceptable. Torture for information is misguided. Torture for fun is unthinkable. Torture for animals of animals is unthinkable. Treason is exile, capital punishment. Oath breaking is exile versus capital punishment. Lying is exile versus personal matter. Trespassing is reprimanded versus serious punishment. Slavery is exile for the elves, but for humans, it's acceptable. For dwarves, it's capital punishment. So I would say, based on the code of ethics, humans are significantly eviler than elves. The only thing that people get weirded out by with elves is eating sapients that have been killed in battle. So specifically things that have been killed in battle, the elves thinks is acceptable, which means they are literally Mayans in that regard. So no, I don't think elves are evil. I think that people just don't look at the code of ethics of vanilla civilizations very frequently. And also the hysterical thing is lying for dwarves is a personal matter, for elves is exile, for humans is a personal matter, for goblins is a personal matter, and for kobolds is not applicable because they don't understand the concept. So, you know. No, it's the goblins are true libertarians because everything is personal matter or required. Like killing of neutral sapients, required. Killing of enemy, required. Killing a plant, acceptable, 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 acceptable. Capital punishment for treason. Everything else is a personal matter or acceptable. Kobolds are hysterical. Treason is unthinkable for kobolds. You know, like they don't even like, no, that's unthinkable. Torture of animals, unthinkable. Torture of animals is unthinkable. Torture for fun though is acceptable. I like kobolds. Torture for fun, totally fine. Torture for information, they don't understand language, so not applicable. Torture as example, unthinkable, but for fun, it's great. They're amazing. Okay, well, they are historical libertarians then, Gothbrooks. They know anything? If they know anything? Well, I mean, nobody understands them, which is the problem. Killing of the same entity, is exile for kobolds. So if a kobold kills a kobold, then everything else is unthinkable. Kobolds are like the only like neutral good thing in the game, in my opinion. Killing a member of the same entity for kobolds, they consider that to be exile. Well, see, here's the thing about kobolds, right? The language for kobolds in Dwarf Fortress is entirely contextual, meaning they only understand the context of what the other one is saying if they were both present at the time that word was invented for what they were talking about in that conversation. Because it's purely contextual language. Oh, there's been mods that I've let you play as kobolds for as long as I've played Dwarf Fort. It's extremely easy to make the other races playable using mods. Extremely easy, so that's nothing new. People always talk about it's like, oh, you can play with the Viet Stream Workshop. It's been that way as long as I've played. And that command that Jerry Gord just used is Tarn Adams speaking Kobold. A company of gorges has been ignored. Which one was that? No, I guess it went away. Uh-oh. All right, well, I'm just going to do a thing because I'm a little nervous about my frames right now. So I'm going to slaughter everything that isn't named. Except for the giant puffin. Because frames are getting a little weird right now. Dogs breed real quickly. Is there zombies down on the bottom of this? Nope. It might also just be zombies on the surface, though. That's a lot of memorials. I'm sorry, are those my marks dwarves on the surface? Oh, I see. A puffin made it into the fort somehow. Oh, I know how. I can forbid that. Oh, okay, that might have been the door. What was this? I just gained 10 frames back by locking that door. Kangaroo doe right arm is fighting. We're this. Oh, god damn it. Kangaroo doe... Oh, I know the problem. This needs to be paused. I was like, why does things keep getting... I understand. Please beat up this kangaroo doe right arm. This makes sense. I see what I missed, what I screwed up. Oh, the migrants have arrived. Unfortunately for them. I don't know where the migrants decided to arrive, but once again, not an optimal location. But yeah, so when you go talking about like what is evil, I guess for you, you need to decide what is evil. Is religious cannibalism evil? If so, then okay, yes, elves are evil. But if like legal murder, if you don't get caught, is evil, then my argument is that humans are by far the evilest faction in Dwarf Fortress. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a merchant. Oh, okay. That's probably also got something to do with why we're lagging a bit. I've got merchants that we're still trying to leave. You get down and in here. What are you doing? Oh, you're cleaning the ground. Yeah, that's very useful. Well, here's the hilarious thing about goblins, though, right? That's just the faction ethics, right? Like this screen, this is faction ethics, so civilization ethics. So this is the default ethics of each civilization. So a dwarven-run civ has this set of ethics. An elven-run civ has this set of ethics. A human-run civ has this set of ethics. A goblin-run civ has this set of ethics. And a kobold-run civ has this set of ethics. However, individual goblins can have whatever ethics they want. And a goblin that's raised in an elven civ will have elven ethics. Does that make sense? So you might end up with a whole faction of goblins that have elven ethics. You might end up with a human civ that have dwarven ethics because a dwarf ran him for a while. Because a dwarf became king of a human civ. You might end up with a dwarven civ that have elven ethics, and then you're playing as that civ and you start reading their descriptions and you start seeing different ethics that make no sense. Like maybe all of your dwarves value nature for some reason. It's probably because they have an elven king. And have had for the last 250 years. So that's, yes, this counts and is important, but it only actually counts for that type of faction. What's even weirder is when you'll have, like, say, a goblin civ made up of goblins that's been a goblin civ that has goblin ethics, and then you have a dwarf who's raised by goblins, or an elf that's raised by goblins, let's say. And then that elf becomes the master of this goblin faction, which I've seen happen before. And then you end up with this weird mix of ethics, where, like, you'll have goblins that value nature, but are still evil as fuck goblins, right? Which can sort of happen. So it's like, yeah, like, these are those are the default ethics, but they get blended really weird. That's called RPing racism, right? So you could have a very evil elven civ. I've definitely played against very evil elven civs, but not all elves are evil, right? It's just like you can sometimes have a very evil human civ, but not all humans are evil, right? There are evil humans, but not all humans are evil. And that's the fun of Dwarf Fortress, right? It does a really good job simulating those different factions. And while you might be naturally biased against elves because you like RPing racism, which is kind of weird, but you might be naturally biased against elves. But at the same time, you and your Dwarven Fort might have a whole bunch of elves that show up and ask for asylum because they don't like their elven civ, because they don't have the ethics of that elven civ and the ethics of your civ. You have a good night, Kobold. And the ethics of your civ fit their ethics better and they want to live with you. The depravity and lust. Oh boy. Also, hey, Disco, it's good to see you, man. So, yeah, I don't know. It's one of the reasons I'm so attracted to Dwarf Fortress is because no other games really do this. A shale figurine of Clothesbanes. What's Clothesbanes? So that dwarf finished an artifact. Shale figurine of Clothesbanes. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It's a masterfully designed image of Clothesbanes, the dwarf, and Ognet, Aquaplace, the dwarf, in shale. Ognet is striking down Clothesbanes. Why don't they have a first name? The artwork relates to the killing of the zombie dwarf zombie dwarf Clothesbanes by the dwarf Ognet Aquaplace in Waterlungs in the late summer of 257. It is encrusted with cushioned shale cabochons and encircled with bands of rectangular shale cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of carnelian and red zircon and menaces with spikes of copper and carnelian. On the item is an image of a decahedra in sheep's wool. On the item is an image of a briolette cut gems in horse leather. On the item is an image of square brilliant cut gem. Whoops. I lost it. Square brilliant cut gem in dog bone. Perhaps that's why you like goblins. I like goblins too. Right? But like, here's the thing. And I think that this is one of the reasons why Dwarf Fortress is such an important game for me anyway, is Dwarf Fortress is a really good way of being like, all right, these are your expectations of fantasy, right? Of like, medieval fantasy. This is your expectations. Now I'm going to subvert all of these. Fuck your expectations. And I think that that's really cool. And I don't think a lot of games do that effectively in a convincing manner. Because, yeah, in some ways it's very Tolkien. It fits a lot of those expectations, but in a lot of ways it also completely doesn't, and it completely subverts them. And I think that that's really, really cool, and I don't think a lot of games do that effectively. So, like, you might really, really like goblins, but the most goblin-like faction in your entire world might actually be a bunch of elves and humans, you know? You might end up in a world where you're just like, man, I really like dwarves, but all of your dwarves have elven ethics because of the way your world generated, right? And also, by that logic, you don't like goblins, actually, in Dwarf Fortress. You like demons. Because you know where goblins get their ethics from? The demons that enslaved them at the beginning of World Gen. Right? That's where goblins get their ethics from, is literally from the hellspawn that comes out of the underworld. Tolkien has become a sort of mountain appearing in all subsequent fantasy in the way the Mount Fuji appears so often in Japanese prints. It's big and up close, and sometimes it's shape on the horizon, sometimes it's not there at all, which means that the artist either has made a deliberate decision against the mountain in which it is interesting itself, or in fact standing on Mount Fuji. I'm not entirely certain I understand that quote. I've never read any Pratchett, so I'm not much of a Pratchett person, just because it's just not something I've really spent time with. But oh yeah, no, the deities and angels are evil as fuck. That is very true. So the Earthen Creed has many worshippers and Waterlungs. I need to figure out which of my temples is the Earthen Creed. The Fabulous Coven. Is this the Earthen Creed? That's the Earthen Creed. Oh boy. So I need to expand this temple after I build this. Yeah, I just wish people would leave me alone about the dwarves have all dwarves have beards thing with Pratchett. Because that's just not my headcanon. It doesn't work. It doesn't matter what fantasy tropes you're pulling from. It just doesn't work in my brain. Not Pratchett's fault. It's just annoying people in Twitch chat's fault. Z-Sticks! What kind of dwarf would you like? I can show you. I can scroll down the list if you'd like to shout, but beard or no beard, and approximately what task would you like? If there isn't an available doctor, I can make another one available. Yeah, but one of the few things that I really dislike about people in general is when they force their headcanon on people. It's like, if I have headcanon for a thing, that's cool. And if you have a headcanon for a thing, that's cool. Don't you walk up to me with your headcanon and shoot it at my headcanon. That's just rude. And a lot of people like to do that, and it drives me freaking bonkers. All right, let's double check my hospitals, and I will tell you. Beard or no beard? I can give you either of these. Either of them would work. It's too easy to miss alerts. Just don't right-click them. But if you go into your announcements file and are like decent with a hex editor, okay, you can have tourists then. If you're decent with a hex editor or staring at notepad files, if you go into your game files and go into the announcements folder, you can make the game pause, recenter, and like scream at you every single time any kind of notification happens. So if that is something that bothers you, you can make them significantly more obvious. I'm just going to wait until this ad ends, and then I'll read this dwarf's description. You don't actually want that broccoli. I mean, I make puns constantly and don't really think about the context of them. I only have 150 hours in Songs of Six, so I would say I haven't tried it yet, Mad Dax. There's definitely not like 5 different series of VODs on my YouTube channel, and definitely not a interview with the developer that has 15,000 views. I've never tried it, no. Dwarf Fortress, it gives you enough story that you can effectively a story. You mean like fit in a story? Yeah, no, like you can just like make a you can your brain creates a narrative a narrative based on like the world that the game gives you. Yeah. All right, let's read that dwarf's description now that we're getting through this. So Zed Styx is 51 years old, a High Master Fisher Dwarf for some reason. Is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings, prefers to be alone, and she is grateful when others help her out. She tries to return favors and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic and is conflicted by this as she values parties of merrymaking in the abstract. She has a sense of duty and she is trusting, and she is very humble, and she has little interest in joking around. She likes to take it easy, and she can sometimes act and she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and she blows her breath when she's annoyed. I guess. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally would just as soon have nature and the great outdoors burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She likes phalite, bismuth bronze, and yellow diamond, the color pearl, and cave swallows for their coloration, and when possible prefers to consume turnip wine and cacao beans and cashew apples. Don't you cashew apples, me. She personally, she absolutely detests mosquitoes, and she's good friends with the stonecarver Rigoth. You accidentally a story. Yeah, that's how Dwarf Fortress works. And Minor Guild. Wonderkin apparently has been found dead. I'm not sure what happened there. So rest in peace, Wonderkin 2. Still just having problems with friggin' bits of undead kangaroo. Uh-oh. Never mind, it's happening again. Is there zombies in the fort? Did you redeem the word story? I definitely didn't see that. I'm sorry. You gotta tell me when those go off sometimes. Fighting with. There was a undead buffalo in the fortress. It turns out. I'm gonna refund that word story because I feel bad and there really isn't much to read now that I'm looking at it, so. Sorry about that, Devilish. All right. But no, I definitely just didn't see it. Also, how valuable is that figurine? 5,000? That'll be helpful for this. Hey, Baby Blue. What's up? How's things? heaven forbid that. Oh, good. You call it as the right. Oh, you kind of call it right as it redeemed anyway. All right. Well, I honestly, I think I should make it less frequent. I really do think I should make them less frequent. Okay, let's see if I can get these. I also still have like bedrooms I need to make. Like I went in today with like plans of stuff that I was gonna work on. And it's just like I've been able to do nothing because the game just keeps throwing stuff at me. Basically, I need to wait until I have every single guild hall satisfied and every single temple satisfied before I'm actually going to be able to do what I want to do in this fort. Which is kind of hysterical, but... it's like, I've got beds I still need to sort out. What's the value of this? 1,000 out of 6,000? Okay. And we'll probably attempt to tell a better story compared to your others in Dwarf Fort. Well, best of luck. But Forgotten Axe? I mean, you could just... Well, okay. You could just wait until the first trade caravan shows up and buy an axe from them. Or melt down some things and try and get an axe that way. But yeah, that might take a while. It might be a bit too much to axe of your dwarves. Yeah, you can get 3 logs from the wagons, so you can make some beds. Also, chat room, I just want to say 2 things. 1, thank you very much for all of the kindness today. All the very, very generous tips and all the gift subs and everything. And 2, thanks to everybody who's tuning in, just in general. Cheers, everyone. Thanks for swinging by and watching the streams and hanging out today. It really does mean a lot. Does the axe use 1? I think an axe is 1 bar, is it not? Sword is 3. Pretty sure an axe is 1. Methinks. I'd swear that swords were 3. Although I might also just be like confusing because I might be thinking of anvils. I might be confusing it with furniture. I know that like adamantine stuff is like ludicrously high. Okay, so this one is already done. This one is sorted because I put 3 things over there. All right, so now I need to work on this, which is this crappy tiny little temple here. But I have to make it into a temple complex, which means I have to make the value go way higher. So all the other temples go up. What if this temple goes down? Because this is the Earthen Creed. So what if the Earthen Creed temple goes down a layer? A lot of the other ones go up a layer. What if the Earthen Creed goes down a layer? Could be fun. Let's also see how many dwarves need bedrooms right now. Kind of a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24 approximately bedrooms. Do I assign boards to rooms because... Oh, do I assign? So the only dwarves that... I'm assuming you meant dwarves, not boards. The only dwarves that will not automatically claim their bedrooms are hunters. Because hunters are weird and sleep outside for some fucking reason that I've never figured out. But they will automatically claim bedrooms eventually, but some just won't. If they're not... there's something to do with, like, if they have absolutely no greed, they just won't claim items, period, and that includes bedrooms. 8. So generally you don't need to, but sometimes I will just assign them to dwarves. And also there's like something weird where if like a dwarf grows up in the fort, they don't need their own bedroom really until they hit a certain age. And it used to be 14. I don't know what it is now. Anyway, sometimes children just like won't claim bedrooms, so it's generally not a bad idea to assign them, but usually what I do is I'll just let them sit for a bit, and then I'll check after like 6 months to a year, and if there's some dwarves that just for some reason seemingly haven't claimed bedrooms, I'll just assign them bedrooms. It's usually what I do. Hopefully that makes sense. So it's just something that I kind of check on sometimes, but generally they will claim, most of them will claim bedrooms. What, do you have a lot of hunters or something, Claiborne? Because, like, that'll do it. Dig all that out. Should be fine. Company of Aquamarines is right here. That should complete in a moment. Even though we have a ludicrously large number of dead things in the fort right now. On the bright side, hold on, what is that? Oh great, we've got an undead dog skin. Ugh, that's gnarly. Uh-oh, I've also got to send the military into here. Oh wait, never mind, they got it. There's also a bird. Bards? Oh, wait, hold on. Do you mean like temporary members that aren't like a full member of your fort but have like just applied for residency? Because if they've only applied for residency and they're not full citizens, so if they come into your tavern, right? Like if you meant bards, not boards, if they come into your tavern and they ask to stay there, they're not technically citizens, so they can't claim beds. So either you have to give them a dormitory, which they will sleep in, or you have to I think you can manually assign them? I don't know. But then after they've been in your fortress for at least a year, if they're happy, then they can petition for full citizenship, and then they can claim a bed. Well, hello, priest. Hello. How's things? Pablo Rasta as well. It's good to see you. Or you can assign bedrooms to a tavern and make an inn, yes. Brooklyn. You just assigned your bards this morning? That's also, yeah, like I said, that's an option. Yeah, sorry, it took me a second to realize that you meant bards. The Fabulous Coven. Now requires a temple and a high priest. I thought I already made you a complex. This is the Fabulous Coven? Let's see if I can just finish this one up quickly. Yes, I am in fact on. Email Silas. And hello. You proposed to your 6-year girlfriend this year and she said yes, and you finally have to settle down and shit. Well, most people have to shit, whether they admit it or not. So there is that. But congrats with the settling down and shit. This is causing us some headache. Hold on. I don't know if you saw that, chat. But this undead llama wool just got punched to death and more llama wool flew off of it. So there was an undead llama here, and then they punched it, and then bits of... Can you never do that in my chat again? That'd be appreciated. Like, this isn't fucking Chaos era Twitch from 2009. New wool strats? No, because the wool that flew off of it was mangled, so thus is not... I've got a mischievous child ghost in the fort who's stealing items. Well, then you can go to different channels if you like Chaos era Twitch. I don't need that shit here. I mean, I didn't ban you, but, like, come on, dude. Pretty sure most of this chat likes to talk. They happen maybe once every 6 months, and I usually bop them immediately. Pablo? All that shit does is it ruins conversations, and most of this chat is based on conversations, so... I don't know if I would say it was the good old days. That's a stretch. There's certain things about that era of Twitch that were pretty great, but... not many things. Also, apparently, I need to add... some of this... Yeah, I don't know. Go watch fucking Forzen if you want that crap. Generally. Assuming he's not banned on Twitch. I actually don't know if he is. Well, I mean, there's a lot of people that claim that... claim a lot of things like that, you know? Also, this is how this minecart thing works, for those of you wondering, since they're actually filling it now. Well, you do realize that, like, vast majority of Twitch is still gaming, right, War Doggy? It's like, yeah, there's definitely, like, niches for the weird softcore porn shit, but that's always existed. Back in the day, like, let's just say 2014 Twitch, there was just people streaming actual porn on Twitch constantly. Like, it's just choose not to watch it. It's fine. Like, if people want to make a living that way, fucking more power to them. I'm not gonna fault people for, you know, streaming whatever the hell they want. That's fine. Your chat stopped scrolling? Well, that's cool. That sucks. I mean, you could also just, like, you know, go to Bing and type in animated GIF and then sort by top. Very good at finding you adult content. Now, if you want to post raise your donger copy pastas, that's totally fine. I just don't want the full screen ones. If basically, if what you're posting in chat is going to wreck the conversation, stop before you start. And that's kind of the way this chat works. I remember there was one point where a bunch of people linked this in my chat because it was kind of hilarious. But in the artifact directory, there was somebody streaming Dwarf Fortress cutscenes, which was just the Mines of Moria sequence from Fellowship of the Ring on repeat. Which is pretty fucking funny. But yeah, generally when it comes to you know, okay, fishery workers, you guys are getting out of hand. I'm actually, I think, gonna make the Miners Guild public though. Is it valued enough yet? Not quite yet. We're getting there. Working on it. Claims that the guild hasn't been established. High Priest from the Fabulous Coven is valued enough, so I just need to recognize the High Priest. Recognize High Priest. The Sacred Music. Ruby Squeakbird is now the Sacred Music of the Fabulous Coven. I don't know what they're fishing. I think it's just I keep getting migrants that have fishing jobs, but there is nothing to fish on this map at all. So I don't know. Maybe they think it's like, oh, this fortress is on the ocean, so it must be a fishing fort. And then they show up here and they're like, oh, well, the ocean is frozen. Well, we're going to teach you our ways of fishing anyway. And I'm like, how about you don't? How about like you really don't? That seems kind of like a waste of time for everybody. That's really what they should do. Yeah, no, I'm gonna cancel the that request. I'm just gonna ignore it. To improve the dwarves' focus, does Fishery Guild train focus? That's an interesting little tidbit, if that's true. I believe it, though. I mean, the Rangers Guild trades ambushing and tactics and tracking, which are all important, as far as I understand, for attacking enemy sites, which is kind of hysterical in its own weird way. Huh. Yeah, I especially on harder biomes like this, fishing is the fastest way to die. So... I'm still waiting for a giant sperm whale to flop onto the map, but I need to melt the ocean first. But in order to melt the ocean, I need to pump lava up from underground. And in order to pump out lava from underground, I need these dwarves to stop demanding guild halls for 10 minutes. So, you know, they're too busy unionizing to let me do that. I was also kind of halfway planning on making a how many dwarves does it actually take to kill a zombie giant sperm whale by just making squads of 10 fully clad in adamantine until they kill it. I think it's about 150, but... Union Buster? I'm not a Union Buster. I'm just, Union frustrator. I'm totally pro-union, except for those Fisher dwarves. I'm totally pro-union until the situation when there's 45 of them at once. It feels like there's been like 2 to 4 at a time since I started the stream today. It's like I've spent all day today making guild halls. It's like I just want to like do engineering and I haven't even finished that fucking pump stack thing yet, or like make the vampires access points into the anything. It's like grumble. All right. Let's let that work. I'm putting a bed on a pedestal here. No. Gonna deny the fishery guild. It just means I have all this. I'm not denying that I have content. It's just, come on, guys. Blood Odin is gifting a dwarf. Who am I giving a dwarf to? Zombie giant sperm whale is notoriously the most dangerous creature in Dwarf Fortress. Maximus. Is Umbra still here? Umbra, are you still here? I know they said they weren't feeling well, but uh-oh, it's a little egg. Ghostly child. Vinx, thank you very much for the raid. Hope that your stream went well. Umbra is here. So what kind of dwarf am I giving Umbra then? I don't think I might have a mod here. I don't know. But if I do have a mod here, could I get a shout out for the raiders, please? If not, I can do it in a minute. So I'm done placing these. Shout outs to the mods. Whomever did that. Actually, I think it was Orange. You lurking, SOB? So is it just whatever Umbra wants?
Hello, good sir. Had your channel on the mind winking face.
Winking face? Well, thank you. It means a lot that you raided me. Raids have gotten fewer and further between as of late. Mostly, I think, due to people waiting for updates for Dwarf Fort, which is fair. What do you get to be? Whatever you want to be. Blood Onin is giving you the floor. So what would you like? Or would you like me to select something? I guess the question is beard or no beard, and then approximately what job do you want except for Fisher Dwarves because they're criminals and should all go to prison as far as I'm concerned. I mean, or you could be a peasant. Anything that isn't a Fisher Dwarf. There you go. So what would you like? You could be in the military. You could just take the happiest dwarf. You could take the angriest dwarf. Who's Cog currently. You could be the happiest dwarf who's dumbass currently. Happiest bearded peasant. Happiest bearded peasant is Atir, who's decently happy. All your Fisher Dwarves punch babies. What are you doing to your Fisher Dwarves to make them so mad? He does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, and he works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He can handle stress, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He tends to avoid crowds and is slow to anger, and he likes a little excitement now and again. This dwarf would be good in the military, because although he is conflicted by this, as he considers tranquility preferable to tumult, conceptually. He tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he rarely feels discouraged. He's somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, never mind, and is grateful when others help him out, and tries to return favors and doesn't get things done perfectly. He tends to consider what others think of him and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally values tranquility and quiet, and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. Sees competition as reasonably important, and dreams of, and thinks friendship is important. He needs mica. He likes mica, bismuth, yellow diamond, cedar wood, jams and picks, and leather armor, and quivers in the words of the page of aquamarine and the sight of the prim sheen, and when possible prefers to consume amaranth beer and horned melons, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. Mosquitoes. You have lots of friends, actually. And you worship the deity of Nenpi, whomever that be. Bum, 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 bum. A completely unskilled peasant to be locked away in locked away. You lost me there. I don't take requests of such things. I don't torture dwarves for audiences based on audience requests. I think that's all of them. Those two, and then we're just waiting on these ones. Because you literally described torture, yes? If you hadn't described the concept of torture, then yes, I wouldn't describe it as torture, but you described torture, so. It looks so good, eh? It's the first time I've done it. So it's a new one for me. This is completely vanilla, so no mods. Gonna go make doors so you can practice a craft. I'm a weird vampire. Keep having crashes and you can't repair them. Error log gives you only path fails and unrecognized creature variations. I don't know how to help you. Like genuinely. I would go and post about it in the KitFox Discord under bug reports. Try and @ Putnam and see if they have any ideas. I personally do not know. I would not know how to fix that. But especially if you're running a modded game, yeah, there's absolutely nothing I can do. Because you did say that you added what's it called? Like the slime girls or whatever. I wouldn't say it's ass. I mean, like, that's enough reason for me to time you out in my chat, my guy. But, like, that's the place where you can theoretically actually get help. I can't help you. Like, at all. So, being a dick in my chat isn't going to get you any further in the direction that you want to be in. But especially if you're playing a modded save, yeah, there's absolutely nothing I can do to help you. I can tell that you're very frustrated, but being frustrated isn't going to get you a response. Also, what Zach said. They stop the dwarves from displacing the water when it comes down, which they can do sometimes. Yeah, and what Boy said, yep. Or Boy KJIE, which I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but. It'd be interesting if DF had psychologists who could help other dwarves with traumas and issues and stuff. That's literally what nobles do. The mayor, if you look at the mayor's recent thoughts and moods, if assuming they have an office set up, same with your king or queen or barons, they have these thoughts where they get yelled at and cried, and they have unhappy citizens that yell at them. Literally, all that is it's unhappy dwarves who are in states of trauma, being cried on them. That's literally what that is. So. There we go. So yeah, if you want like a therapist job for dwarves, that's literally what that is. It's funny, sometimes people ask me why I play Dwarf Fortress in vanilla so much. It's literally Lyagushka's figuring out why. I'd rather have a stable game. A dwarf therapist? How novel. I know, right? Mighty novel. Dwarf Fortress is quite stable. I haven't had a crash in this version of the game in like 20, 25 hours of play. I had 2 crashes at the start of this fort, and that's pretty good considering what Dwarf Fortress is and how little QA it has. Also, when you take into account the average and frequency at which a lot of AAA games crash, it's pretty damn good, actually. Calling Dwarf Fortress unstable is like maybe not giving it enough credit. I've played Dwarf Fortress when it's been unstable. Dwarf Fortress is actually very stable in its current state. Generally, what makes it unstable is Dwarf Therapist and mods that people use. So, for whatever that's worth. Usually what makes it unstable are the third-party tools. Well, I mean, DF Hack really isn't a mod, but it's kind of like calling, I don't know, predictive text AI. Not really AI. It's sort of AI. All right. Why is there a rope in here? Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing, right? Mishrak, a lot of people, and this is, apologies if this sounds gatekeeper or whatever, but in the time that I've played Dwarf Fortress, the way Dwarf Fortress releases usually work is the release comes, and this is like pre-Steam, right? The way releases always worked pre-Steam is a new version would come out and nobody would play it for a month. Because the new version would come out, it wouldn't have DF Hack compatibility, and it wouldn't have Dwarf Therapist compatibility, right? Most people can get by without Dwarf Therapist now because it's not as useful, and most people play without DF Hack these days for a multitude of reasons. But the vast majority of the player base now aren't using those tools. So a new version would come out for Dwarf Fortress, and it would be fucked, like it usually was, and nobody would play it for a month. Tarn would patch it 4 times, and by the time Tarn patched it 4 times, DF Therapist would be updated, and like LNP would be updated, and DF Hack would be updated, and then everybody would play it. So Dwarf Fortress consistently has those weirdly unstable periods that last for, I don't know, 2-3 weeks. But it's just not normally 20,000 people that dive into it. Like, not version 50, not version 47, it was version 5 point something, had a crash bug when a dwarf tamed an animal, any animal that would just crash the game. No question. If anything got tamed or trained in any way, the game would crash. And also there was a bug with moms getting ridden to death by their infants because it would swap the baby and mom AI when baby would be carried around by mom. So instead of mom controlling baby, baby would control mom, and baby AI is walk around until you starve to death. So like, Dwarf Fortress is like not... having weirdly unstable short periods is very normal for Dwarf Fortress, I guess is what I'm trying to say. That's super normal. What's not normal is having, you know, the biggest player base it's ever had during one of those periods, which is why, as somebody who plays Dwarf Fortress a lot, I'm very, very, very sad that they didn't do like a closed beta for people like me, but they didn't, so. There was never thermonuclear cats. That was a mod of a bug. Thermonuclear cats never existed. Thermonuclear Catsplosion was when Catsplosions was a mod, and Catsplosion simply was Tarn typoed the breeding rate of cats so that cats would breed faster than you could slaughter them. It was literally a typo that was in the game for like 4 days. And after that typo was patched out, somebody modded it back in and also modded it so that cat's blood was hotter than the sun, and also made cat's skin not flammable. So made cats, yeah, that's a different one. Eyelids and beer spills is a different one. So a thermonuclear catsplosion, which I think there is a like video of on YouTube. It basically is just somebody embarking with like 150 cats, and the cats just going brrrr and covering the entire map and everything exploding into fire. So thermonuclear catsplosion was never a thing. That was somebody modding the game to make cats flammable or not flammable. Yeah. Okay, did this get completed? I don't think it did. So, I don't know. I think, like, Dwarf Fortress has definitely had periods where it's been very unstable. I think people just don't realize how frequently those used to happen. And in comparison, I think that like week of launch where everything was breaking was a pretty normal patch cycle for Dwarf Fort. It's just I think most people didn't notice the bad ones. Like there was version 30.1, I think, in like 2013, just straight up didn't work. Like you couldn't launch the game on most PCs. I don't know how Tarn actually released that version because apparently it worked on his computer, didn't work on anybody else's computer. Like there was whole versions of the game that was released for like a week plus that like just didn't work for Dwarf Fort. The difference is it doesn't patch over your version that you're currently playing. How much do I think Dwarf Fortress will grow? I have no idea. I mean, obviously I wish it would quadruple in size because that would make me more money, but it works on my machine. Yeah, totally. I mean, but that was also before Tarn was using version control and like in the era of back when Zach still had a job and wasn't doing any QA on Dwarf Fortress. So that was back when Dwarf Fortress had no QA. Oh, go nuts, sedentary. I mean, I of course would always like Dwarf Fortress to grow. How much do I think it will grow? I have absolutely no idea. And the reason I say I have absolutely no idea is, truthfully, I don't. I would love to see Dwarf Fortress be, you know, the biggest game in the world. But I don't know. I mean, Dwarf Fortress has always been an inherently niche thing, and I think that a lot of people have realized that Dwarf Fortress isn't for them with this release, and that I think is fine. Which I think is a bit of a shame, but is what it is. I think there's a certain other game, RimWorld, that marketed itself so heavily off of the existence of Dwarf Fortress that a lot of people just assumed that Dwarf Fortress is exactly the same as that game, which is just factually wrong. They're very, very, very different games. And I think a lot of people bought Dwarf Fortress with the wrong expectation. And I think that there's also a lot of people that didn't play the older versions that bought the new version, obviously, who don't like the UI and have basically said, redo the whole UI again or I'm never coming back, which is, from what I can tell, is you're never playing the game again. So I don't know. Honestly, I do not know. I think adventure mode will bring some new people to the game for sure. And I think that major patches will, but how much will Dwarf Fortress grow? I don't know. Dwarf Fortress is very much a, player base wise, a non-growth heavy game. And the reason for that is they're not going to sell you a $30 DLC every other year, which is going to pop you back up to the Steam top sellers list and remind everybody that the game exists. 8hand, thank you very much for the Prime for the second month. And that's like really how games are marketed now. It's like, oh, well, sell people more shit and then the algorithm will promote you. But I don't know. And criminalize all other gamers. That seems like prosecution and very undwarfy. Tell an Artho, what kind of dwarf am I giving you? Yeah, makes sense, Frank. Random shot? Hell yeah. Oh, wait, you just want a random dwarf? The ceiling. Casual elephant. This is the same as the last time you asked. What's up with you? So you can't be a prince? Happy dwarf kid. I was gonna say all the really happy ones are named. How about this one? That's happy enough. This guy. How'd this do for you? 4 years old? Pretty amused? You want Dumat? Dumat ask me twice. Sorry, that I tried really hard to do that one. This one? Binging Dwarf Fortress and the only crashes are the result of you either pushing the game to its limits or making a 16x16 ocean. Yeah, the game's not designed to do that. I mean, for me, okay. So I've played unstable games. Dwarf Fortress is pretty stable right now. There are some annoyances, yes, but it's pretty stable. Dale and Arthur almost never feels discouraged and is always tense and jittery, often accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as a current situation demands. He actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and he works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He prefers to present himself modestly, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he doesn't handle stress well. He is stubborn, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He is slow to trust others, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of mastering a skill and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorders, affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum, and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Values loyalty, respects perseverance, and values peace over war, and values family, and thinks that friendship is important. He likes phthalate, nickel, crucifers, pomelo, wood, and giant harp seal leather, giant mandrill tooth, and the color olive, gems and crossbows and leather, and coins and puffins for their colorful beaks. And the words of the when possible, he prefers to consume bluefish, whatever that is, giant two-humped camel cheese. He can taste the difference between giant two-humped camel cheese and two-humped camel cheese, and white mullet beer, and absolutely hates mussels. Your mom and dad are Kodal and Lolar, and Lagushka and Elfie Bean are your siblings. Your older brother's dead. With the ASCII release, you can't seem to part with this game. I think that's the case for a lot of people, for sure, yeah. But yeah, when someone asks me, it's like, how much do I think Dwarf Fortress will grow? I hope as much as possible. I don't know if it will grow. I genuinely don't. Chat, I will be back in a moment. Please entertain yourselves. I'm going to go take a real quick urination break, and then I will return. I will be gone for like a minute.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Will you tell him to die, Kobold? All right, so game, what do you want? Two things. Did I not finish your guild hall? I swear I that goddamn guild hall. Guess this didn't actually get high enough value. Apparently, it's just considered a meeting place right now. Welp. All right, well, let's. I don't know what even you're doing at this point. Kobold, you're just typing words in. Also, you have to give money on Patreon or be tier 2 on Twitch to get those sound commands anyways, so. Also, it looks like almost every dwarf has space to themselves, which is good. But yeah, I don't know how much Dwarf Fortress is going to grow. I, of course, would like it to, though. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter to me if Dwarf Fortress grows or not. As long as there's people who want to watch Dwarf Fortress and I can make a living streaming this game, I'll be here. No, I'm not making that goddamn Fisheries Guild. Don't really want to use the wood for any of this. Oh, neat. I haven't played TF2 since before it was a free-to-play game, so it's been a bit. For whatever that's worth. Been a while. That's a little dark, Blood Odin. Although the username Blood Odin is also pretty dark. I don't know. I've never deleted it. Janoton. Like, genuinely, don't know. I'm not somebody who mods Dwarf Fortress myself, and I don't generally modify the game files outside of a few very specific folders like the announcements folder and the init.txt folders. So I am a bad person to ask when it comes to things like that, because I honestly, most of the time, will not actually have an answer for you. The only change I have for you is a loony. So I don't know what you're accepting, Blood Odin, but you could also have a twoony. That's $3. That's change. Should you choose to accept it. Oh, hey, apparently it's YouTube payday. Let's see, has YouTube actually paid me? Let's change you can believe in. Yep. You know what's change I don't believe in, though? Pennies. Pennies are horrible change. Not worth having. YouTube has not, in fact, paid me yet, you stupid website. My Google overlords have not paid me yet. I'm sad. All right. Apparently a guild hall now, so it should be good. There we go. Another one that's done. Go away, fishers. Hey, Gopher. Hope you've been well. Technically, it's $1 Canadian coin and $2 Canadian coin. But I think calling them Loony and Twoony, which is our nicknames for them, is much, easier. So people just call them Loonies and Twoonies. It's also some crazy person running up the street would be a loony. Well, that's done now. That's helping. Then this is the next thing I need to increase the value of. So let's get this whole thing smoothed down here. All that. But here, since Chad asked me this question a little while ago, how much do you think that Dwarf Fortress is going to grow from this point forward? I feel like I've been a bit of a pessimist on the subject for a while since launch. There's part of me that really kind of feels like Dwarf Fortress has peaked and isn't going to have another round of that. But I don't know. What do you think, chat? Has Dwarf Fortress peaked, or is it going to go up from here? Oh, I definitely know what the roadmap says. Trust me. But that's not the question. You think it'll steadily grow? Depending on updates and random hype? True. Oh, I mean, I'm not concerned. Here's the specific statement here. I'm not even remotely concerned about the size of the game. I don't think Dwarf Fortress is going to, like, player base wise. I think it'll be pretty consistent going forward. That is, my manager died at some point apparently. Well, old Zwari, you get to do the job for a bit of manager. But it will have major spikes in new patches when new patches come out, and the random algorithm YouTubers making video or two. I don't know how much random algorithm YouTubers you'll have making a video or two. I actually don't know about that. I mean, at the very least, as a random YouTuber, I can say this. Dwarf Fortress has very much fallen out of the YouTube algorithm. Like, I get zero traffic from the algorithm now. Nobody's searching for Dwarf Fortress in any regard, to the point where, like, my most popular tutorials are getting, like, a 100th of the views that they were getting a month ago. So, like, currently, at the very least, YouTube algorithm has completely dropped Dwarf Fort because of Asmongold. I've heard that a couple times, which I think is wild. But then again, I've only known about the existence. I've known about the existence of Dwarf Fortress since 09, but that's because I'm into this kind of stuff. It's all KSP2 now, pretty much. Yeah, actually, like that. Well, I mean, it was Harry Potter game, and then at this exact moment, it's Atomic Heart, and then in like 2 days, it's gonna be. At this exact moment, it's going to be, or the next one's going to be KSP2, yeah. Oh, I know, and then I reacted to his review of it. I have a lot of respect for Asmongold, but he's very easy to make fun of. He's kind of a parody of himself in many ways. But then again, if I had the powers of an infinite money printer, I too would be a parody of myself. Dude's got an infinite money printer, so I don't blame him for abusing it. No, totally. I mean, and like or rather, when adventure mode comes out, I will do the same thing with the YouTube tutorials. I will try and convince them to give it to me a couple days early, and I will do that again. 100%. The Nintendo Switch release. That's amusing. You didn't know he had didn't know he had a Twitch before the Steam VR version VODs. You didn't know he had Twitch before the Steam version updates. After the end of content of DF updates, I was out, which you feel bad for in hindsight. Pardon, Suited Giraffe? What are you talking about? I feel like I missed half of that statement somewhere, and now I'm confused. Oh, I see. Hold on. I think we'll have a larger player count going forward. You don't know what specs make it. I still feel like I missed half of something. I'm confused. Dwarven Child's been put to rest. Such death. I don't know. Somebody install Windows on a Switch and let's find out. Thanks for the $2. Appreciate it. Oh, you didn't know that I was on Twitch? You know, it's kind of funny because like I don't like promoting myself. Like I get annoyed when I'm watching YouTube videos and the person never shuts up about their merch and the person never shuts up about their Patreon and the person never shuts up about their streams and the person never shuts up about any of that stuff. I get annoyed when I watch that. So I try not to do that because I know it annoys people. Which clearly I shouldn't do. It's not like DF requires a constant hyper growth, right? The future development is probably more secure than ever. Oh, totally, absolutely. No, it very much does. Like, well, I mean, Zach and Tarn Adams just got paid $7 million, right? And, you know, obviously that's gross revenue. A lot of that's going to go to taxes and whatnot and fees and paying people. And, like, they have an employee now, so Putnam has to be paid and all that. So obviously they're not getting 100% of that money, but there very much is, like, Dwarf Fortress's development is more secure than ever. Absolutely. And I guess the part that makes me nervous, which none of it really does, I need to make, what, 20 more cabinets? The part that makes me nervous is just the... You know, the curve for all games, right, is like this, right? It goes up and down, it goes up and down, it goes up and down. And it goes down for periods of time, and then it goes up for periods of time. And the rate at which Dwarf Fortress's player base has dropped on Steam is abnormal based on the amount of players it had at launch. As an example, when RimWorld initially launched on Steam, and RimWorld sucked when it first released in early access, they had like 12,000 players on launch day, and then they lost about 60% of that for a couple of months. And then they got patches. And every time they got patches, the player base would go up by a couple percent. Dwarf Fortress had 28,000 concurrent players when it first launched and at peak, and has since dropped down to like 3,000. And I don't know if that's just the games market being different, but for a city builder of this type, that's a pretty dramatic drop-off. So that makes me nervous currently. Yeah, that's very dramatic. Like, that's a huge drop-off, 1,309 players right now. That is a huge drop-off. Not as many as you would think, Bert. So, I know that a lot of people in December went back to version 47 to try adventure mode, just from people talking about it, saying like, oh yeah, no, I went back to version 7 to try 47 to try adventure mode. I heard quite a bit of that, but yeah, I don't know. Like that drop off makes me nervous. That specific, like when long-term Dwarf Fortress will be absolutely totally fine. But in the short term, that drop off makes me nervous. Because, like, I'm not employed by Bay 12 or anything, but my livelihood is directly connected to the success of this game, right? And obviously, I'm doing fucking fine. But at the same time, I want the game to sell, and I want the game to do well, and I want the game to kind of stay in the, what's the word? Carillion Sanctuary. We're going to connect those two. I want the game to kind of stay somewhat in the awareness of most people, because that's how I succeed, right? And if the game drops off at the rate that it has and continues to, there is a world where YouTube just decides that my channel's inactive, and it's really difficult to resurrect it when another major thing happens. I mean, you have been lurking in the stream for years now, Goss Almighty. You have, in fact, been lurking. I've seen your name before. I recognize it. So cheers. But yeah, I mean, at the same time, though, I ain't going anywhere. I want to see this game be consistently successful for selfish as fuck reasons. Please like and subscribe. That I wonder how often please like and subscribe gets gifted subs out of nowhere. Thank you, Anonymous. So this god, the Earthen Creed, which is the god of mountains and metals. So let's actually check my metal supply. Yeah, and Dwarf Fortress isn't that moddable. I don't have much interest in Against the Storm. That game's structure isn't something that interests me. I like traditional roguelikes. I don't like fucking meta progression fests. Bert, thanks for the Prime sub. Cheers. Nothing to beat Battleford's 2042 peak of launch of 100K is dropped by 90. I mean, I feel like Dwarf Fortress should always have a larger player base than Battlefield 2042. It's just sad. What should I put in this temple? Let's do silver throne, 30, and silver tables. 30, let's do charcoal. 100, let's do silver altar. I need 2, let's just say. And then statue. Rock statue. 50. And I just need to go up to Vampy space. Vampy space, how is Vampy? Vampy, where are you at? Oh, Vampy mining. Okay. Vampy, I don't need you making either of these. You don't need cabinets. How's Vampy doing? Vampy is satisfied upon improving mining. Well, that's good. You know what's funny is I know the head of UX design for DICE. This is one of my subs. I'm not gonna say who, but I do know the guy. Does it make any difference what material you make the floor? Does it make any difference what material you make, say, a door to your fort out of? If it's wood, it'll burn. Outside of that, it's just value. Literally, that's kind of it. Math is very hard. Only has 500 more Twitch, 700 more Twitch viewers. Only 700 more Twitch viewers? Hold on. Who on earth is watching Battlefield 2042? Well, see, here's the thing about the Harry Potter video game, right? It's a single-player game that you finish. So I don't know if that's necessarily comparable. Addy front door when? When I have Addy. We have a artifact being started. No, I'm not going to make you a fishery guild. Place the fish workers guild outside on top of the ocean. Just be like, have fun. Oh, apparently I missed 2 of these. Faust likes to read. Hello. You've made 2 silver altars. Well, we got to get your value up to 30,000. That's going to take a bit. We can also put thrones up here. Put Billin thrones up here. Oh, I know how I managed to get this zone so valuable. That door is an artifact. Like, how did I make this zone so valuable again? Right. Oh. What skill do you accrue from room value reading? What, in Dwarf Fort? It's appraisal? I think. It's how they check the value of rooms. It's that. So once they are good enough at appraisal, then you actually get specific numbers. Add to the battlefield you grew up with is putting the memes in the marketing. Yeah, no, Battlefield has been a very different franchise for a very long time. That's very true. How do you read room value? You look at it, but you'll only get the room value if you have a broker set up, and not a bookkeeper, just a broker specifically. And they have to have some appraisal skill. Do they actually have to go to the room? I think you just get the number based on their skill. I don't think they actually visit the room. We got a granite statue. But yeah, I'm mostly certain it's just the number. Silver, 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 silver. And they put 1 bill in one, that's fine. Does Orange have a dwarf still? No, Orange's dwarf died. They got caught outside around a bunch of zombies. And, well, the zombies won. No dwarves. Might make a brewing specific skill because I'm starting to like see less and less and less dwarves doing brewing and cooking. Gonna make a brewing specific skill. We're gonna call it brewing. Now suddenly they go brew. Magical. Getting more of these cabinets assigned. because it's a big, expensive game that had a lot of marketing behind it. That's the only real reason to compare it to anything. Gotta wait to give him one. Well, what the heck is that a statue of? Is that a fly? I love how it's just like a tiny little fly. It's like, it's this big brick with like, statue this big of a fly. It's like the size of a large marble. If there's a way to train appraisal. So if you want to like gimmick appraisal, trade one item at a time. So one item for one item is the fastest way to train appraisal. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's literally just working with caravans. Smash flies. Step 3, art. Pretty much, yes. What is this? This is my statue of a dead fly. Purist? That's not art. Careful, chat, though. If we say that too loudly, Purist might cry. Fly back down to here. Also, sorry if this fort seems a little bit, like, not action heavy. I'm just kind of trying to keep the fort stable with all of the monstrous stuff on the surface. Pain is art. Tell that to the banana that got et. It's felt very actiony all day. Oh, okay, because to me it's felt a little quiet. It's certain. Claimed Julie's workshop. Need what you need. Holy crap, you've claimed a lot of things. 3 rough red zircons, 2 grizzly bear leather, 3 leather plus... Okay, you need shining bars and metal. Okay, you need me to butcher something. They always need me to butcher something. I'm gonna slaughter that stray llama. And this stray llama. I mean, what a dull... Here, man, that vampire is amusing as hell to me. Especially today. Hello, Ire Stupid. How are you today? Apparently, PlayStation VR 2 launched today. Interesting. Or reviews are dropping anyway. I think so. But like, here's the thing. It's like, I'm mostly certain your dwarf is still alive, but also I need to check. Yes, Frank is in fact still alive, Frank. There was a VR 1. Yep, there was a PlayStation VR. They've made a sequel to it, apparently. Like $500. So you should try it. I also certainly haven't seen any. Stray llama bone has been claimed. What did the vampire do? Oh, I locked them into their own portion of the fort. They didn't have a chance to do anything. We interrogated them and found out that their name was a lie, and since then they've just kind of lived in their own part of the fort. Are those 4 very mad dwarves gonna break down and kill someone? They haven't yet. Although, the thing about very mad dwarves is they cycle in and out of being mad. The game is so easy to keep the majority of your dwarves stable right now. It's a little silly. What do you mean? Is it supposed to be a shortcut? Are there people stuck in it again? Or you mean walking through the creek? I mean, it's just like guaranteed showers is all it really is. Oh, hey, it's party time. All right, so that was the easiest lunch break of my life. Went and got a sandwich. Uh-oh. Llama wolves fighting? Oh, that's fine. Probably turn the game volume down, though, before anybody uses commands and scares the piss out of everybody. Hey, Asterion. Did you all in or something? I'm just trying to figure out why you're ruined. Oh, you lost 150. Okay. Drama queen. Oh no, I'm so sorry that you lost your save, though. Bye, Gushka. Although, here's the thing. Before you reinstall DF, if you copy the entire game directory into a different folder, you can screw around with it later when you feel better about it. You earn tickets just by watching the stream. So if you type in exclamation point tickets, you'll see how many you have and how many hours you've watched the stream for. And then once every 45 minutes, I think it's 45. It's either 45 or 55. You can throw your tickets into a pool to win some back and gain more. It's just a bragging rights thing. It doesn't actually mean anything. One second. Just let me finish my sandwich and then I'll cut this. Oh, damn. Fancy floodgate. They have meaning to you? Well, that's good. Hey, stupid. Thanks for the 29th month. Welcome back. Sentient Potato, what kind of dwarf would you like? And, Lead, the gem cutter, has created Stauluz, a red zircon floodgate, and offers it to the whales of drowning. It's a fancy floodgate. It's worth quite a bit. I think I'm going to put it in this temple, and we're going to worship this fancy floodgate. No, they're going to stay tickets, and they're going to stay tickets forever due to nostalgia for me. This is a red zircon floodgate. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with grizzly bear leather. That being said, nobody's been mugged in chat today, so it's not even that relevant. It is decorated with grizzly bear leather and encircled with bands of baguette-cut red zircons and pigtail. This object menaces with spikes of red zircon and grizzly bear leather and common skate leather and llama bone and copper. On the item is an image of red zircon, and on the item is an image of an elephant head amaranths of elephant head amaranths in long fin mako shark leather. And Sentient Potato, I'm giving you a dwarf and giving somebody else a dwarf on your behalf. So let's start off with your dwarf first so that things don't get to be a bit much, eh? And then we'll figure out who I'm giving a dwarf to. Okay, so I'm going to place that floodgate in here. First, let's see if that sorts this out. So, Sentient, what kind of dwarf would you like? Beardless smith, any type, maybe named from your pain. I will name it after you so I can keep track of who has a dwarf and who doesn't. But you say beardless smith. I got a blacksmith who's kind of pissed. A blacksmith who isn't pissed. A very happy blacksmith. We'll give you the happy blacksmith. Orange does not have a dwarf. This is true. Because Orange died out in the ocean fields. Sentient Potato doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise and has strong urges and seek short-term rewards. The Sneaky Snake, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Even when minor difficulties arise, she is prone to strong feelings of lust, and she can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. She can be happy and optimistic and relies on the advice of others during decision-making. and she can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and she lives a fast-paced life and can occasionally overindulge. She likes a little excitement now and then, and she is conflicted by this because she considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. And likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly about crappy weather. She personally dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. She personally sees tranquility as one of the highest ideals. Values peace over war and does not really value skills related to fighting, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. She likes kesserite and steel and purple spinel and green tree frog leather and beds, and I too like beds, crowns and the words of the berries of serenity and the sight. There's a dwarf in hospital. And the sight of the musical blossom, and when possible, never mind, it's just a kid playing in the hospital. And when possible, she prefers to consume lettuce and strawberry wine. Ooh. And absolutely hates rats. Is this fucking fuck off, fishers? She has 2 kids, and her spouse is Raikalu, who's in the military, and one of her kids is Thok Don't Think. And so I'm giving orange a dwarf? What kind of dwarf am I giving orange, then, in that case? It literally just got redeemed like a minute ago, BWS. They're not actually fisher dwarves. They're rapidly being retrained into something actually valuable. Sweet. I need to recognize a high priest real quick. So, we can now recognize a high priest of the Carillion Sanctuary of the Earthen Creed, who's going to be the Holy Flute. And the Holy Flute is going to be... either Sentient Potato or FG Squared. Who's the Holy Flute of this faction, chat? A new recruit? I haven't put anybody in the military in ages because I've been too busy just dealing with shit. So I have no recruits. They're all quite skilled. But I could put them in the military. Your poor dwarves got slaughtered by a big web-spitting MFer. You had to quit without saving and come back here. Well, you replan for that? Oh, no. I mean, if you quit without saving and you went back like a season or two, or a season, it might not be web-spitting the next time. It might be a different creature that shows up. It does kind of sound like a Mormon swearing. I will make it a poll, chat. Give me a second. Who gets the Holy Flute? FG Squared or Potato? Someone should screenshot this poll out of context and send it to FG. Who is Holy Flute? FG Squared, Potato. Everybody voting Potato. Holy potatoes, exactly, yes. Also, hi, Punchy Biscuits. You're not biased at all. It is true. Didn't we do this already? Yep, because they died. So because or rather, no, they didn't die. Here's the thing, right? So we have just turned this into a temple complex, Lagushka. So the Holy Flute was Colette, who is now the Exalted Wonder, right? So they've been promoted to the Exalted Wonder instead of the Holy Flute. So now we need to assign a new Holy Flute because the Holy Flute or the previous Holy Flute has moved up to the position of Exalted Wonder. And now it's Sentient Potato is the new Holy Flute. Yeah, sorry. All right. Now that we've done that, 38 worshippers. Oh boy. So from there, it's got valued up enough, right? Don't think it did. Definitely did not. You thought they were going nuts? Yeah, that's normal. All right, so who am I Sentient Potato, you wanted me to give Military Dwarf to Orange. Here, we'll make Orange into the Militia Captain. Wait, that says Ornate, not Orange. I can spell. Holy shit, that's a long description. I mean, how many things have you killed? 3 things? A dog, a dwarf, and a doe. Okay, well, that doe be bad. She is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, and though she wishes this were not the case, as she considers altruism foolish, she is oblivious to the concept of neatness and will leave things strewn about without a care. Considering they lived in my house for a couple of days, I can't confirm. We'll just leave things strewn about without a care, very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings, is not a private person and freely shares details of her life, and she generally dislikes obligations, will avoid being bound by them, is conflicted by this for more than one reason, is not readily moved by art or natural beauty, and is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation, is slow to anger, and is not optimistic, and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she is slow to trust others, and she is quick to form negative views about things after experiencing trauma in 254. She does not often experience strong cravings or urges and likes to take it easy and can handle stress, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and she tends to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. And she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she begins to talk more slowly when she's angry. And she tends to tap her feet in when there's a lull in conversation, and she gnaws her lips when she's annoyed. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. She's personally sees family as one of the most important things in life, believes self-mastery and the denial of impulses are the highest ideals, finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, finds great respect for fairness, and greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintains their dignity, and believes that peace is always preferable to war, and dreams of crafting a master horksome tea. And she likes native copper, rose gold, brown jasper, octahedra, maces, helms, and the words of the berries of serenity, rusted meadow, and the admiration of butterflies, and when possible, prefers to consume flounder and bumblebee mead, and water buffalo's milk, and longwood flower, and papayas. And I became a golf announcer for a second here, and it lands on the green. You can hear the crowd go wild. She hates snails. You got a visit from Plains Titan and your army destroyed, you locked the doors, and you got promoted to capital. Hell yeah! Long story short, you have to make over 200 comments. Sounds optimal. I'm sure things could have gone worse.
Hello, Blind. Getting bored of training.
Oh no.
This message contains embedded JavaScript which contains keyloggers and trackers. Don't worry about it. Just focus on the dwarves. Love, Streamlabs.
Love? You're capable of love now. That's mildly concerning. Well done. What, that I read all of that? I'll be honest, I was running out of breath at the end there. Speaking of military, I am actually going to assign some more dwarves to military now. I'm going to pluck out some dwarves that seem like they would be decent at it. There is a lot of dwarves in this stack. One of them's me. The thing is, though, like, Blood Odin is apparently giving away a vile force of mug. If you would like a chance to win a mug, you may have to pay a portion of the shipping. Exclamation point enter in the chat. Stingy with resources when working on projects or refuse to spend any extra effort. Okay, there you go. That'll Starf will do. I mean, chat's done that to me before with dwarves, so it's everybody's turn. Besides, with the current year, anything's possible. And the way it works is once the draw is done in 90 seconds, exclamation point enter. Unless you already have a mug. Unless you want a second one to give away as a gift or something. I'm not going to judge you. Once the giveaway is done, you click a link and avoids any exciting or stressful situations. Fighting isn't stressful. You'll click a link and then you'll link that with your Twitch account and it'll confirm that you won. Pretty simple. Chat is being mugged. It's the first mugging of the day, in fact. And thank you very much, Blood Odin. Somehow suits you perfectly. You know, it's an alternate personality in another universe. Very different. I thought this dwarf was naked when I first saw them. Sonata number 8. Well. Congratulations, friend. Simply click on that link and you have won a mug. That will be shipped to your house with a vile force of mugness. Specifically, this particular mug. I wonder if it... does the person gifting it select the ounces, or does the giftee select the ounces? I don't actually know. Because I haven't been gifted a mug. It's muggin' time. For some reason, it's not letting me crypt mug in chat, which makes me sad. The giftee selects the ounces? Interesting. Dwarf dreams of mastering a skill, so I'll toss you in there. Or does believe that the idea of war is utterly repellent, but you're not at war. You're defending the fortress from zombie sheepskin or whatever. This is gonna age well. I'm sure it will. When do I say anything that ages poorly? I mean, come on. Let's be honest for a second here. What have I said that has aged poorly? Somebody just like gets a clip of me saying, Dwarf Fortress is a good video game. Well, thanks for watching, Blood Odin. And a silver warhammer. What are we making over here? Thrones and tables? All right. Minor Guild Hall is good. This one is not. Let's smelt that native silver. Also, hey, Darren. You're off. You have a good night. Thank you very much for hanging out today. It's very kind of you. Okay. Well. Sonata number 8, thanks for checking out a gift. Is that mug payment or something? I think I'm gonna go through and I'm going to, because we actually have like a break here for a little bit. I'm gonna go through and I'm going to do like stairs and things that I haven't finished up yet and try and get things cleaned up a little bit in this fort. Because I've spent a lot of time today just like building whole new structures because the dwarves kept demanding it and upgrading structures. So I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna like finish up some of these stairs and like see if I can get trapdoors on the tops of these and a bunch of that sort of stuff. Like let's make hatch cover, or rather rock hatch cover, and let's just make 80 and then make them all out of shale. I'm gonna place more cabinets and such in bedrooms that need them, like these. Oh, that's a ghost. Vutok. I'm gonna deal with ghosts as well. Try and deal with stuff like that. And now I have to read the word story. Sentient Potato, did you like write a bot to like automatically redeem these or something? It rolls down the hill into the water. Disaster strikes upon unsuspecting fish. Resentment increasing, anger accumulating, time consuming, void. Everyone is nothing without endless breadsticks. I like that one. Special thanks for fish that, when smashed, grow juicy fruit. Plains require jackfruit, spending plains for... All caught up. To be continued. Yuta Troll's decapitated head fly up 2 flights of stairs. Yeah, it's great when you have like 3-layer high walls and then a bunch of fighting happens and then like 6 years later you're like, why are the dwarves upset? And then you go look and it's like, oh, it's because there's body parts everywhere on top of this. Oh, that's lovely. Endless breadsticks is horrifying. As a diabetic, I agree. It's like, oh my god, the carbohydrates. Carbohydrates are horrifying. It's like I can feel my pancreas screaming from here. Let's just claim all that. That's a lot of granite right there. Can I just assign more priests? No, I can't, but I can assign performers. God, the number of just random bodies and things in there is just kind of hysterical. So I apparently don't have any writers, and I also apparently don't have any scribes. So I'm going to assign both of those. They're both going to be different doctors in the fort. I now have a scribe and a scholar that are just going to go hang out in the library and maybe write us some books. What, endless breadsticks could be a building material? Or gluten could be a building material? Because I'd be okay with endless breadsticks being used as a building material, to be honest. But those wouldn't be breadsticks. Those would be gingerbreads. Okay, so these walruses are locked in here. I'm going to remove both of these walruses from here, and let's see if we can catch them. All right, walrusy. You go get caught in that one. I want to go back to trying to tame my walrus. Ginger Breadsticks is my new SoundCloud rapper name, by the way. Baguette as building material. French might want a word with you over that one. He may not be a redhead, but he's a ginger in his soul. You know, I don't even know how to respond to that. There's some things that's like, I don't even know how to respond. And that's one of those. Also, chat room, I would just like you to know that today is the most subs I've gotten in a single stream. Since January 12th. Fun fact. That's a force that is vile and dark. And those are giant walrus. Most of them appear to have immediately left, and then some of them popped onto the map. Are they going to fight with the giant walrus? Yep, they are in fact going to fight with the giant walrus. I don't know what the giant walrus did, or if it deserves this, but they are just attacking the giant walrus. That giant walrus is going to come back from the dead. It's a very heavy walrus. Why did they kill the giant walrus? What did the giant walrus even do? Actually, it might not because of where it is. It might be outside of the undead regions. Potentially we may have a zombie giant walrus, yes. I can't say anything for certain, though. Don't know where they're going. Oh no! A ghost is beating the shit out of Claiborne. So Claiborne is currently bleeding and injured. And runs off to the hospital, still bleeding. Curious about what your wounds are. Waiting for somebody to come in and evaluate. He's just winded. He's no longer bleeding. Well, I guess that's good. Wow, cut open his upper body all the way down to the muscle, tore open an artery, ripped open his lung. Basically went into his lung and then like flew out and cut him open. It's a good question. You need, your ribs need setting. So it just like, it chest burstered you. You need dressing, setting. We seem to have everything we need, so you should be fine. That's mildly horrifying, I'm sorry. Look at all that blood, though. You bleeded a lot. Nil, on the other hand, though, you need to be dealt with. And I need to make, like, 40 more slabs, because I'm out of slabs. Make them all out of granite. All right, so something else I need now is I need doors for all of these. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20. So I need a lever for each one of these. So I need, let's just say, I'll just make 20 mechanisms. Rock, actually, let's make 60. Rock mechanisms. Make a bunch of extras. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect each lever to each one of these doors, and then I'm just going to leave the door held open with the lever, and then we can lock the lever shut. Meaning this can get erased. Let me do that. And this will give the vampire access to each of the bedrooms once I build the ramps in. Did I think I totally screwed up this side. Yep, I super screwed up this side. Okay, you know what? Screw it. I will just take all those out. Vampy, where we atty? Oh. I don't need you doing either of these. Statues, though. I mean, if you made any statues, you can place your statues. Is that a statue of a squidman? That is a statue of a squidman. Currently, Vampy's still doing okay. Looking a little gray, though. I'm sorry, vampire. Yeah, vampire. Don't worry, though. The vampire has 0 kill. Yeah, this is Blue's Hammer. This is the vampire. Our friendly local resident vampire. Who has 0 kill and definitely is lying about who his name is. Has been in several groups. Apparently he's a member of our Farmers Guild and the Miners Guild, which is kind of hysterical. They are fighting with puffin corpses on the surface, by the way. But yes, no, we have a friendly local vampire who I am...
A kindred spirit. I too have 0 kill.
That's all I have to say to that. Anyway, I'm putting ramps at the back. Actually, let's not do ramps. Ramps are a bit much. Instead of ramps, let's do let's just do stairs up. Also, it might be time to start a new slab garden back here. What if he dies on this map? Technically, they're already undead, but then they just become a normal zombie. Also, thanks for the $1, Claiborne. Thank you for the $15 in bits today. Just got your dwarves to have the fort's first kid. He wants to rule the world. Well, I mean, some of us just have, you know, have lofty goals, I suppose. So the idea here is I'm gonna feed the super misbehaving criminals to the vampire. That's the goal. Or dwarves I just don't like, you know. In order to sneak back into the fort, I would have to pretty much intentionally let him out, which I don't have any intention of doing. So. But the way we're setting this up is each one of these mechanisms is going to be attached to this door. There's going to be stairs going up into here for each of these. And then if I don't like a particular dwarf, then I will pull this lever, which will lock this door. And then I will unlock a trap door up here manually, which will allow him to walk through this door, go down the stairs into here, and consume whomever live in there, or whomever is in there at the time. So it would be mighty difficult for the vamp to sneak back into the fort the way I'm building this, but it would be kind of hysterical if he did. Holy shit! What is happening today? Aryan, if that's how you say that, thank you very much for the 25 pack of subs. Is Twitch doing like some secret sale or something that I haven't been informed of? Hot damn, dude. Dodged, apparently. And thanks for the dollar, Claiborne. Claiborne's like, I'm going for I'm going. Claiborne's just over here going for the what's it called? Top of the bits leaderboard because it's cheaper. Love how it just says dwarf in there, not zombie dwarf. I have a giant puffin in a cage. Second one? Got a giant puffin zombie though? It might actually be a giant puffin zombie. Anyway. It's interesting. It doesn't tell you when there's zombies on this screen, which is a little bit deceiving. I mean, then we can just burrow him back in. But we'll be fine. I'm pretty sure the other one is a zombie, though. I'm pretty sure. Also, I wonder how much cloth I have. Because it's probably a lot. Oh. Yeah, no, it is a lot. Well, it's time to make everybody, clothing. Let's do cloaks. Dress. Gloves. Hoods. Might as well start making everybody super happy with loincloths. Mittens. Robes. Shoes. I think I did robes twice. Nope. Socks. Trousers and tunics. But seriously, Aryan, thank you very much for the 25 gift subs. Bring us back over 1,100 subs. You were extremely kind. Let's just do 200 of each. And Jess, thank you very much for the raid. How was KSP? Are you prepared for Z sequel, which is much shinier KSP? If you guys don't know who Jess is a member of my stream team, and once I finish typing in all of these numbers individually, she streams Dwarf Fortress sometimes, but she's doing a bunch of Kerbal currently, I think. I'm not mistaken. And is a lovely individual. The question is, are you going to be able to get Jeb back down? Is this a one-way trip for Jeb, or is Jeb going to make a return trip as well? Because generally, in my experience, Jeb makes a single-way trip. But I'm also very bad at Kerbal, so. But congratulations to Jeb. You lost your... Oh, you did lose Jeb in space. Well, F's for Jeb, I guess. It's okay. He's still smiling, though, right? Kerbal can into space. The problem is, can Kerbal can into planet back home? But, chat, if you haven't yet... Well, that's Frank, not Jess. God dang it. Sorry, Frank. This is what I get for, like, accepting frickin' autocompletes. How dare you have similar names to other people? Other Frank, not that Frank. No, not that Frank. Other Frank. There's two Franks. Eh. I mean, it's pretty funny. Just wanted to be frank with them. I'm so sorry to anybody named Frank right now. Also Jess. Anyway, go follow Jess. Click on the name the old school way.
Ding, 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 ding.
Oh, hey, that finally caught up. Before, once Frank just got like 50 followers.
Placing this respectfully in your loincloth.
What? That flew. I did. What are you placing in my loincloth exactly? Respectfully? I beg your frickin' pardon. Oi. Alright, let's see if I can do this for Jess now. Nope, I need to wait another 32 seconds. But glad to hear that you've been enjoying Kerbal. Motherfuck. But to anybody coming over from Jess's stream, my name's Greg. You probably have encountered me. I don't know. I stream way too much Dwarf Fortress. It's kind of a problem. I don't do much else. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. I might just buy Returnal and stream that soon. TM. I'm looking forward to the... What's the word? I'm very much looking forward to the System Shock remake. You're liking it way more than you expected? Hell yeah. That's always good to hear. Here's to enjoying video games. I don't know if you ever did this, Jess, but I've been playing with economy on hard. So, making like temples requires 6,000 and 30,000 value respectively, instead of significantly lower value. So it forces you to build ludicrously large buildings. So I've got stuff like this for temples and whatnot. And like this. Artifacts are actually like super important now. And for some reason, the Fisher Dwarves really want me to make them a guild hall, and I want them to fish themselves off a cliff. So anyway, yeah, it's been a pretty good time. It kind of forces you to build bigger stuff, which has been fun. Right now, we're making everybody a set of clothing. Except for the vampire. All right, I should be able to shout out Jess now. Let's see. If I shout out Frank by mistake a second time, I'm very sorry. There we go. Now please go click on that thing and go give Jess a follow. I mean, you could also follow Frank too. I'm not going to say don't do that. Frank's probably a great person. That's just going to be funny to me for a bit. Currently, I am setting up my my prison to have built-in executions via the vampire who lives in the rafters. We have a vampire who lives up here. It's very important to know that vampire does not, in fact, have kill. He has 0 kill, in fact. which is hysterical, which means he absolutely has kills. He just hasn't admitted it. No, he's not naked. He's got clothing. Actually hasn't lived here long enough for the clothing to start to degrade yet. What if you already follow? Well, then you've already won. Is what I would say. Is that you've already won if you already follow. Gosh darn it. Sorry, but accidentally shouting out the wrong person is not going to stop being funny for a very long time. And I've done it a handful of times since they added that feature. And it's definitely going to happen again. But it's so funny whenever it happens. It's like whenever the wrong message gets pinned, it's just funny to me. You make a second account to follow again? Well, I mean, if you're already following that account, you could follow this account. Which I can't actually shout out because I need to wait another 23 seconds. I was going to shout out my bot. Vampire Booze Hammer? Well, see, here's the thing, right? I renamed him that. That was me who did that. The problem is his vampire right now is working really slowly. Oh shit, we've actually got criminals. It's Zas the Carpenter. Meaning we could actually test this out. The actual issue isn't accidentally killing a dwarf here. Or releasing the vampire. The actual issue is not re-imprisoning the vampire fast enough and the dwarf coming back as a zombie and then killing the vampire. That's the actual concern here. So maybe I should put the vampire in a squad by himself so he could kill the zombie if need. No, I'm not giving you a frickin' fish guild. Gosh. I would really like them to stop going through here. I want you guys to use the fancy bridges I've given you and not walk in the creek. I realize it's shallow enough for you to walk in. You know what? I don't care. Please understand that that is not the point of the creek. The point of the creek is to look pretty and not be a shortcut. You're attending a meeting? What an odd place to attend a meeting. It appears that Zas, diamond paged, over here is being chained up. Which means I'm going to just simply forbid these, and then once you finish with that, we can now test out the vampire. Let's see how long the vampire has. Or rather, how long that dwarf's can be in prison for. "56 days. We got plenty of time. Again? I should just approve it and then ignore it. That's what I'll do. Prove it and then ignore it so it stops popping up. And before you guys start accusing me of being an evil person, just remember this was chat's idea. I take zero responsibility for this. Okay? This was 100% chat's idea. I accept zero responsibility for anything that's about to happen to any of these dwarves. Definitely. Chat is the horrible ones. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Gosh, why? Okay, well, let's log lock the dwarves inside, jump up to the surface, and unlock the doors and hope that they make it. Run, dwarves. You don't think that's going to hold up in court? Fortunately, there is no court here. They just migrated into the fortress, and I was like, that dwarf looks suspect. So we interrogated them, and they admitted that they've used a false name in the past, and they look funny. So they're definitely a dwarf. Vampire. We knew that much just by looking at them. Turns out when a dwarf looks funny, they're probably actually funny. Unlike, you know, Adam Sandler. He looked funny, but he's not that funny. Whoop. Ooh. Speaking of looking funny. He's crying. We just got a legendary weaponsmith necromancer. Bellinair, thank you very much for the raid. Now let's see if I shout out the wrong person this time. Go give Bellinair a follow if you haven't, by the way. Bellinair streams a variety of video games, and is not this necromancer that just showed up. Yeah, this fort's about to get fun, he thinks. You got 9 children? Hold on. How many kills do you have? Actually, none? It's a pity I have no open cases, otherwise I would totally interrogate this guy. Very greedy. Dreams of ruling the world. Well, that checks out. I guess what I'm going to do, though, is we're going to... Now I'm wondering if I... Chat, I have a question. Is a vampire eating a dwarf scary? And I realize that might sound weird, out of context, but I'm wondering if I can... like, release... like, okay, have vampires stationed in front of vampire while vampire draining dwarves to then startle necromancer. Because, don't I have an undead giant puffin in my fort? Brain's doing things. He's smart. I can make things happen, I think. No, not over the vampire. But if vampire get food and necromancer make zombie, we get intelligent zombie and vampire? Maybe? And they don't seem scared? Okay. All right. Well, here. Let me just like see how quickly I can get shenanigans set up. So let's just make sure all these dwarves are inside. Because if I do in fact actually have that zombie giant puffin in the fortress, which is the fucking stupidest sentence I've said all day, I do. Rotten giant puffin corpse. It's not actually trained. Okay, so what I can... I'm going to deconstruct this cage. I need that elsewhere. I do, in fact, have a zombie giant puffin corpse. Okay, so because I have a zombie giant puffin, what I can do is I can place it... I can... Okay. So there's a bug in the game where there's a trained button next to them. They're not actually trained. It's a scam. I know, I was disappointed too. So what I'm thinking... This is going to be like a... I'm going to have to do this so fucking fast. That's the actual problem here, is I'm going to have to do this really goddamn quick. I am an evil person. Sorry, Zas, who's currently unconscious. Why is construction inactive? What? Okay, so... Actually, that reindeer cow would work, too. Actually, any of these goblins would work. That Etten... Ooh, let's use the Etten. Because Etten cool. Okay, let's use an Etten. Alright, so the way I'm going to have to do this is I'm going to build fortifications around it like this, basically. And then... Ooh, that's a bad spot for it. But over here would be... As long as it's within 60 tiles, they'll see it. This is maniacal even for me, though. Oh, that's in a bad spot now. I'm also trying to figure out why they haven't built those stairs yet. Yeah, well... This stream would be boring if we didn't gray out the ethics every now and again, you know? And I ain't perfect. You love this evil scientist level shit. This is pretty evil scientist level shit, though. This is quite evil scientist. Oh, sweet, they built it. Sweet. So I need a squad with no uniform. Or actually, no, I don't even need to do it with a squad. I could just make a... Add a new burrow, which is just going to be this area. Sans that middle area. And this is just going to be called Necro Bullshit. And, you should be pretty close to the bottom. Here you are. Weaponsmith Necromancer, this guy. Perfectly evil? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Speaking of, everybody should be inside now. I can also just make sure that this works by locking this door. And I can make sure that the necromancer stands in this area, which he's currently supposedly doing. You know what? We'll also just put him in a squad by himself because it's easier this way. I'll just tell you to stand right there. I need a second mechanism. Which means I'm literally just waiting on a dwarf to make a mechanism right here. If one of your new migrants is a necromancer and you do not want them, can you just stick a squad on them? Never, ever, 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 ever do that. If you don't want a dwarf, click on the dwarf, click this button, and then click expel. And them and their spouse or family will leave. So do not ever stick your army on one of your own dwarves, because if they have time to become friends with your dwarves, they might become hostile to the entire faction. Like immediately. Also, the concept of Captain Necromancer is hilarious to me. There you go. Because if your entire fortress just kills everybody all of a sudden, it's because you had a loyalty cascade, and it's because you did something like that. Oh yeah, you should also just interrogate them first for fun. It's never a bad idea to interrogate somebody in Dwarf Fort. God, this is a slow as heck dwarf. Okay. So we're going to connect this to a lever and close that. And I'm going to make another zone up here called Vampy. Add burrow. Oh, don't set to erase. Vampy. Vampy's going to have one dwarf assigned, and that's the vampire. Except Vampy currently is going to have to be turned off. Okay, so that one's done. Like what the fuck a hammerer was? Well, thank you. I'm glad it was helpful. All right, so now we have this here. So what I need to do now is, well, we could actually just wait for this dwarf to get too thirsty and die. Uh-oh, we got more crimes. Perfect. It's up against Asmog Black. And also, apparently, this guy committed a crime. I'm actually just going to bring him water. Or, yeah, water is what he'll get. Convicts, you're still in prison for another 66 days. We got lots of time. All right, might as well just bring him a drink. What is a hammerer? They assist the captain of the guard with the captain of the guard's duties. essentially. They run around and beat the shit out of people who misbehave, basically. Similar in vein to Abzu? Man, that's not a thought I ever had about a video game, that it was similar to Abzu, but... There you go. Now, go to sleep. Also, kiddo, I'm gonna need you to get out of the prison cell. Go to sleep, dwarf. Go to sleep. What are you doing? Oh, you're grabbing the gem. Okay. I'm going to forbid everything that's up here from now on. Yump. Although, actually, this should be unforbidden. And a hatch should be put right there. All right, now go to sleep. You know you want to. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. The thing is, I could actually just, like, straight up lock the Necromancer in there with him. Because the Necromancer would be totally fine just being in there with him. Because something that's kind of fun about Necromancers, they also don't sleep. So they can't actually be vampired to death. Which means I could actually just, like, give the vampire a friend. They could just, like, hang out up in here. Maybe I should do that. Huh. I mean, he wouldn't leave. It's dark something. I don't know about art. Art maybe isn't a word I would use. I'm literally just waiting for this dwarf to fall asleep. Nope, once they're haggard, they're done, basically. Although I've seen them bounce back before, but I think that it's a bug, actually. It's very, very hard to make them bounce back if it is possible. What, this dwarf? This dwarf's like, I will keep my eye. He's like that scene from The Clockwork Orange where it's just like, for all eternity. I will put toothpicks in my eyes. Speaking of, I have 2 haggard dwarves. Well, might as well prep a second one, if you know what I'm saying. If you satisfy their needs, they bounce back. Well, that's new then. They used to just be done. Although there is, if they become melancholic, then they are done. Well, whichever one of these dwarves falls asleep first is gonna be our first guinea pig. Ironically, it's the 2 ones that are actually in the red levels. Acquire object, be with friends, be with family. Has no friends, has no family. Well, there's your problem. Acquire object, craft object. Acquire object, craft object, martial training. Oh, you have a wife. I feel bad. A comedy sketch where they're talking about how it's already late and how they should sleep, but none of them go to sleep. This kind of is a comedy sketch. But this is also really dark. Even by my standards. What? One of my Caves of Cud videos is mistitled as a Dwarf Fortress video, apparently? Beg your freaking pardon? Which one? Caves of Cud. Caves of Cud. Oh. Apparently it is. Apparently one of my somehow I copy pasted a title over on one of my. I will fix that. That's kind of hysterical. I wonder how I did that. Actually, I'm pretty sure I know how I did that. Because I do a lot of copy pasting of video titles around. Definitely how that happened. Thanks for pointing that out. Now go to sleep. Sorry. So essentially what we're going to do when one of these dwarves goes to sleep, I'm going to lock the trap door to the ceiling up here. And unlock this door. And then hope that Vampy notices. Vampy down here. Who's currently meditating on minerals, by the way. Oh, hey, we're getting an artifact. Well, ain't that lovely? Game was paused. But shouldn't be anymore. Be weird if it was. Also, if you're wondering why I put fortifications in there, it's so that the oh no. Well, this one's in a strange mood now. Got bad news for you there, bud. Actually, this might actually save his life depending on how long he's in prison for. Oh, he's about to get let out of prison. But Asmog is fine. Carpenter, on the other hand, no, you're staying in there. I can't feed him to Vampy early because he needs to go to sleep to feed to Vampy. And the unfortunate thing is they only sleep like once a month. I can only feed them to the vampire when they're sleeping in their bed. And right, he's awake. And with this one. Well, I mean, I just need the captain of the guard to get who's me. I just need me to get over here and release the guy, but I'm too busy praying to my god right now to do anything about that, so. He'll be res back to life anyway, hopefully. Come on, go to sleep. You know you want to. You're even sitting on your bed. The hysterical thing about this, though, is we might actually properly discover that he's a vampire after this. Oh, these two dwarves that are in prison are the two dwarves that are actually haggard, yeah. Oh, you're throwing a tantrum. Well, that's fantastic. It's committing more crimes. You didn't topple your bed, did you? No, you didn't. Just making sure Vampy notices. All right, you're done with your tantrum, which means did you commit more crimes? You didn't. Trying to build a wall. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. I've been staring at this way more than I've been staring at chat. So, trying to build a wall in the caverns, but you keep getting I could not find paths. If you keep getting a like I haven't read the whole conversation, but like if you keep getting a could not find path, it means I can't get to it. Like quite literally, it's inaccessible for them. The thing about stumbling around obliviously is it lasts so long. There's one time that you can come back from stumbling back obliviously, and that's if you happen to what kind of dwarf would you like? Diamond. If you happen to it was just an open redeem. Yeah. It's been that way a couple of times recently. You don't know. Do you want to be the necromancer? You could be evilly McEvil face. Evil McUndead face. Diamond Destruct is very greedy, often feels envious of others, is not given to flights of fancy, and he is curious and eager to learn, and he tends to consider what others think of him. He does not often experience strong cravings or urges, and he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He lives a fast-paced life. He lives a fast-paced life, and he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He lives a fast-paced life, and he has a sense of duty. He is often nervous, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He's currently less anxiety-prone, and he prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and he is quite polite. As possible, as in die! He dreams of ruling the world and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. And where did he go? Oh. He's literally just like hanging out in the room with this guy. He dreams of, he does not care about fairness. He likes gabbro, pig iron, clear garnet, and mountain goat hoof, and the color dark scarlet, short swords, and millstones, and kiwis for their long beaks. And you know what? I'm going to lock, well, actually, no, I'm not going to lock this, but you know what I am going to do? I am going to give them all a window into the one next to them so that they can definitely witness their neighbors dying. This is getting darker by the second. Something dark and darker. Go to sleep, you goddamn dwarf. Hey, look, Vampy. Vampy's here to help. He's just like, yeah, I will totally carve fortifications in these walls. I was like, why is Vampire here? Oh. I thought you liked frogs. Jerry Gord, who am I giving a dwarf to? What's up, Al? How's things? Yes? Question mark? Yes. There's a ghost haunting the fortress. God dang it. Okay, so somebody tantrumed and knocked over a bunch of shit. God frickin'. Can I put more people in prison? Actually, it must have been you who knocked a bunch of stuff over. You please just die. Called me and you woke up, so now you can't sleep, so you guess you have a headache now? Oh, that sucks. Hopefully the headache goes away quickly. I don't really want to kill you with thirst. That's just mean. Dwarves never sleep until, like, it's far too late. Brockley does not, in fact, have a dwarf. What kind of dwarf am I giving to Brockley? Very quickly after you had a dwarf, yeah. I mean, if you want to die again, I could arrange that, actually. Moderately happy military dwarf. Okay, I'm gonna have to leave the game paused while I do that, though. Most of them are actually quite happy, believe it or not. Beard or no beard? I mean, I think you asked specifically for a haggard dwarf last time, no? As you've got some selection. Although here, I'll shut the camera off. Tekkud the Hammered Dwarf. Well, most dwarfs are hammered, but this one? It is moderately happy. Broccoli. Broccoli, a.k.a. Hammer Broccoli. I think I missed the O in that. Like, something looks weird there. Does everything in his power to avoid excitement and stress. Is bashful and can be very single-minded and cracks easily under pressure. Under pressure. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and does not go out of his way to help others. Tends to think before acting and a turnaround after experiencing trauma in 257 and doesn't hold on to grievances and tends to avoid crowds. He is grateful when others help him out, and I wish that dwarf would fall asleep. He tends to be passive in discussions, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and often feels lustful. Stiffens up when he's surprised, and when he's thinking, he has a habit of licking his lips. That's not creepy. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill in this dream was realized, and he personally finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. He deeply respects skill at arms and sacrifice, and sees sacrifice to be of the height of folly, and finds friendship burdensome. He likes ash glaze, rose gold, shell opal, chestnut wood, giant bushmaster bone, and linen fabric in the color moss green. Gauntlets and manta rays for their majesty, and when possible prefers to consume giant adder and herring and celery and buckwheat beer and macadamia nuts. Macadamia D's nuts, and absolutely hates large roaches. Hopefully you'll live longer this time. Hey, at least you get a second chance. All right, well, oh, come on. What a place to put that bucket. I swear, if my plan fails because this bucket is here, recognize. Do dwarves get extra happy if you give them furniture made of materials that they like? I've heard reports that they're more likely to be like, I admire this table if it's a material they like, but I don't know specifically. Why is Dwarf Jail so busy? So, I have an Etten, a necromancer, and a vampire that lives in my walls, and I'm trying to make zombies. Ethical zombies out of criminals. I'm trying to ethically feed my vampire, is what's happening. The problem is, this dwarf refuses to take a nap. So I'm waiting for this dwarf to take a nap so that I can feed my vampire, is why jail is so busy. Ethical zombies. Yes! It only requires the enslavement and imprisonment of 2 loyal citizens. The Etten Eddie right there, and Zass, the volunteer, who's very depressed and keeps breaking my shit. So, dang. It seems ethical enough to me. There's so many things wrong with that. Don't worry about it. He's too angry to take a nap. You know, I've been there. Been there. Done that. Clock Dwarf or Dwarfringe? This dwarf, on the other hand, I can just go make your goddamn artifact. Nothing about Clockwork Orange is ethical. I'm starting to think that they can't, actually, because they're in a strange mood. Also, I wonder, is this bug still a thing? It is! So if a dwarf is, how do I word this? If a dwarf is chained up in prison, and you release them from prison, they just wear the chain forever. It's nice to know that bug still exists. And they can't ever take it off. He's sleeping. Chat, it's happening. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. All right. So, now I just need this to drop. I also need to go up here and seal this. Oh, come on, really? Doesn't feel anything while in conflict. You should be able to see that. That should, you should, Go res him. Oh, you're reporting a crime. Mother... I would like to report a murder! You motherfucking son of a... That's... God fucking... Ah! You had one job. Okay, let's see if he gets back first, before the biome resurrects him. Oh no, he's been found completely drained of blood. All right, can you please station yourself close by necromancy? Meanwhile, this kid over here is also reporting a crime. I should, like, accuse the necromancer of committing... Okay, here's the other question. Where's the necromancer?
This is Sparta!
This is Waterlungs.
Clearly. I hope that was some quality comedy. This is a group project. We require... We were too late, chat. Unless it's listed as friendly, we were too late. Yep, we were too late. The biome resurrected him first. God frickin' balls. Go do whatever, you stupid. Gah. Can I try to kill it again? Nah, it won't work a second time. We will never be able to do it in Save Scum is acceptable here? No, it'll be the whole season. I ain't gonna do it again. We can try it a second time. Maybe we'll have more luck a second time, but... Actually, you know what I can do the second time? Next time, I will simply remove the captain of the guard right before I do it. So I will go into here, and I will just remove the captain of the guard as a job, which is me. I will remove me from my post temporarily, and then reassign me to my post. Should we add garbage disposal into each cell? I mean, the military needs to train somehow. That never rezzed anything? Unlikely, but possible. They've never met. I can tell you for a fact that they've never met because they came in different migrant waves and the vampire went into the walls immediately. On the bright side, though, we've now dealt with a shitty dwarf. I'm glad somebody clipped that. But no, I'm not going to save scum that because that's like a whole season. Do we maybe need to make them friends somehow? Nah. Ugh. Nah. No, that's too amusing of a moment to lose. No, I just need to not allow him to report crimes next time. It's funny. 0 kill. His kills are still hidden. All right, well, what can I get Necromancer to do during the time being here? You go back to working on your project. I mean, the actual problem here is that this is a resurrecting biome. Anyway, he dead. Honestly, I think that this whole thing was justified. And when more oh. I wonder who murdered Zas. Chat, who do you think murdered Zas? Strange. I mean, who in the world could have possibly done such a thing? Should I? Here's the question. Do I actually convict him? Because we know who did it. Who was the end? I could probably convict the end of it. I'm gonna interrogate Diamond. See what he says. I'm gonna interrogate Diamond. You did nothing wrong. This is true, actually. You did, in fact, do nothing wrong. You did everything the way you were told to. In fact, you obeyed the law, which is hysterical. Not only did you do everything to the letter of the law, you obeyed the law more than I needed you to at the time. Which is very funny. And the most upset dwarf in the fort is currently hauling silver bars. is way too goddamn funny. I already interrogate. I've already sent him to be interrogated. I just clicked it faster than you saw the button, I think. You obeyed the law of the dwarves, but not what we needed you to do. So yeah, no. Next time we have somebody in prison, what I will do is just simply, I will simply, what's the word? I will simply remove the, what's the word I'm looking for here? I will remove the captain of the guard from the job so that there's no way to report the crime. Because if there's no captain of the guard, the crime can't be reported. Uh-oh, we need more wood. Oh no. One of these ghosts just battered Ruby Squeakbird. That's not deserved. For a second there, I thought Elfie Bean was in prison. I was like, you're a child. Children don't go to prison. Oh, interesting. Hold on a second. So we interrogated Diamond Destruct chat, right? The militia can... All right, there's a lot to unpack here. Diamond, you did nothing wrong, hey? Really now? Are you sure about that? First off, we know you're not 60. So, hold on. Let's unpack this for a second here. So, the captain of the guard, blind, met with subject and made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. The subject was too afraid to not comply. In the late summer of 101, the subject attempted to corrupt an unidentified creature in order to have law enforcement look the other way in Paper Owner. And you did that a bunch of times in Paper Owner. In the year 101 and 102, respectively. And then in the year 102, you attempted to corrupt an unidentified creature in order to have law enforcement look the other way once again. And you also had someone in order to commit plots and schemes in Cudgel Match. You met with an unidentified creature and made a threat, and the plan worked. In subject revealed that in the year 104, an unidentified creature plotted to infiltrate the Razors of Dominion in order to prepare a coup underneath the influence of subject in the year blah-blah-blah-blah-blah-blah. In the year 247, an unidentified creature began accepting bribes in exchange for leniency as the captain of the guard in the Muscular Lantern, that's a good name, under the influence of subject. Okay, so I don't think you've actually done anything to us here specifically before, but that's hysterical. Let's see. So you corrupted a captain of the guard. Now, the real question is, do I get to convict you of anything? I do, actually. Because apparently you had... You confessed to a crime in the year 108 and in the year 108, which was because you... Okay, so I now have a reason. I now have a thing that I can do, chat. We are going to convict you of this crime, Diamond. Now, don't panic. If we put you in prison, you are going... Oh, come on! It's been 100 years! No, we're going to put you in prison, right? And hear me out. We're going to give you a stairway into the walls, and you get to live with the vampire. What's even funnier is you didn't rat out the vampire. So we're going to add you to the same role as the vampire. So you're going to go hang out in the... Necros don't sleep? Exactly. It's safe to live with the vampire. You understand what I'm saying? They're gonna be best friends? Exactly. Exactly? I don't even know what I'm saying. Exactly. Can make you a little room right here. Which means you guys get to be judge, jury, and executioner. And resurrector. Even more important than judge, jury, and executioner. Assuming you actually get put in prison. You might just not get put in prison, which would also be kind of funny. Like, you might just get it. Oh, no, you're getting chained up. The question is how long do you get in prison? $225 days! Well, hopefully you don't go insane. That would be kind of unfortunate if you did. For espionage, yeah, 100 years ago. You know, it's funny. I talked about Discogs, and like I've had a few people mention this now. Suited Giraffe. I had somebody mention that they were able to get, I can't remember what it was, some Doors record for their partner at very, very cheap. And now you're also saying that that you managed to get a birthday gift. It's like Discogs is kind of incredible, actually. Clearly, Mac Daddy, even if it was against a civilization 100 years ago. I mean, it might have actually been against us, but. Like 100 years ago is the. Oh, please put him in that one. Oh, come on. God dang it. Humiliated after being confined. Well, okay, so here's the thing. We're gonna make this work. The vampire is going to free you. You two will be best friends. Tonight there's going to be exactly. You hate being in prison, although you're very interested in the fine restraint. And there's going to be a mysterious stairway that goes up to a trapdoor in the ceiling. But no one's going to talk about that, okay? Ooh, fancy crown. Although, let's be honest. All of this is being orchestrated by Old Zwari. The mayor, clearly, to be blamed here. Arab, a.k.a. Asmod Black, has created... Debino Cole, Thyses Sanrib, a siltstone crown, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Vutark, who died in the fortress. I'm sorry. That's a lot of bricks. This is a siltstone crown. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with persimmon wood and encircled with bands of rectangular siltstone with rectangular red zircon cabochons and sheep's wool, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of granite menaces with spikes of silver and red zircon. On the item is an image of busted growls, the red zircon floodgate in silver. On the item is an image of a thin cross in silver. You recently found out that engraved slabs actually have a description on them? Yeah! And it says what happened to them. It's the classic way of finding out what happened to dead dwarves. Horror! I like how this dwarf had a sad after somebody's death, angry while killing somebody. You can be a team, though. Good win, Frog. You don't have to be mad. You can make something stronger. Wants to be with friends. Wants to be creative. This is such a sad vampire. Truly doesn't want this. He's terrified, yeah. Horrified, not terrified. Zero kill, though. Zero kill. He's a dabbling schemer. Professional poet, turns out. Quite the philosopher as well. I feel kind of bad for Vampy. Accidentally crushed them with a drawbridge. Or, like, died because, like, they starved to death. And you're like, oh no, where are they? And then you find them and they're just, like, at the bottom of a stairwell behind a wall. Mysterious disappearances. It's actually just because, you know, lost. Yeah, they can definitely be some sort of equivalent like that, yeah, Jazz. Blocked in this location. Come on. Knock down the shale walls. There you go. Let's see if he can actually build it. Then we just need to, there he goes. Structs the stairs down. You know that this would be a huge epic story arc if this was a Krug Smash video. Then Vampy comes down. Removes the chain. And I think... Let's see if we can get them out of here. Oh, look. There we go. Look at these two guys. Relieved after being released from prison. Let's see how long it takes for them to become friends. I can lock this door now. Go down here, and I can unlock this door. And the way we can set this up is each time we really need somebody, I can lock one of them right here and one of them right next to it, and then just drop this down, scare them with this guy because they'll see it. As long as, like, Necro is within vision sight, Necro can pop into one, and then the other one can have somebody else pop into it, and we can absolutely make this happen. Like, absolutely. Is this the hidden power? What do you mean, is this the hidden power? Yeah, no, they get to be friends now. I don't handle pressure well. I think that this should be the area that they smooth up next. We'll give them a little private tavern to themselves. Won't have alcohol, but be something. That's the plan. Or that's the hope. The problem was he had the intelligence, or I guess the foresight, to make a little mistake, and instead of being a good necromancer and like screaming at people and rezzing the undead, he went and reported the crime of the vampire. So I interrogated the necromancer because we don't know that there's a vampire that lives in our walls. Don't be ridiculous. And then after interrogating the necromancer, he admitted to committing crimes of espionage like 100 years ago. So we sentenced him to 200 days in prison. And since then, well, I mean, obviously, he's just like, he mysteriously disappeared. Obviously, there was some sort of crazy prison break. And now this vampire just very conveniently lives in our walls. And whenever we need him to, like, suddenly, like, our prisoners become resurrected living creatures again instead of, being dead or prisoners. So, essentially, I'm using the necromancer that lives in my walls as a means of bringing prisoners back to life. That is what we're doing. And the necromancer reports crimes as hysterical. It's like, I need you to resurrect this dude undead. And then like, oh no, someone got murdered. Runs off, reports crime. By the time he comes back, the undead biome is like kicked in and brought him back. Based in moral, I suppose. Obviously, some of the dwarves are in on the scheme, but not all of them. It's just very funny is all. Just because he respects the rights of the dead doesn't mean he respects the rights of the living. Valid point. So now we have a necromancer and a vampire that get to hang out and be friends. I just wanted to shout out the fact that our necromancer made a statue of a squid man. So that part's kind of funny. Or not the necromancer, the vampire, Avuz, made a squid man. Look how they're just dwelling. Watch them both go insane because they've seen too many dead bodies. Imagine being a necromancer murder scene investigator. What do you mean? I mean, that's essentially kind of what we're doing. Another thing that necromancers are great for if you want hysterical surprise fun, set them up as your hammerer. So they go around beating people whenever crimes are committed. And so instead of like having random dead dwarves appearing, you'll just have random zombies appearing. Which is also kind of hysterical comedy in a way. All right, so while they're doing all that crap, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to work on stairs. I don't have enough siltstone. I need more siltstone. Screw it. We'll use shale. The right color. It's like sitting here going, I want to use siltstone for all of these. Turns out I just changed my mind and I no longer do. Eurist McJerby, we've had a busy day today. Lots of projects, many extracurricular activities. Also, it's just been a nice stream in general, chat. So thanks for being a part of it. All right, let's keep going around in the circle. Also, if you want to catch my streams on my days off, I do stream sometimes on this account. Just quietly. I do post on the Discord when I go up on that account, and it's usually for about 2 hours, and I stream video editing mostly. It's mostly just a steady shot cam at my hands while I edit. So if you want to listen to me ramble while I edit videos and upload videos, you can do that via that. Yeah. That seems like something interesting to you. I'm also slowly working on getting some emotes for over there, too. I said sketchy, but sorry if it sounded like shaky. Although apparently it made somebody motion sick, which I feel kind of strange about, but... Room layout looks sick. It's getting there. Certainly getting there. A little bit of a pain to set up, but... Watching mining demonstration. Hit rock! Hit rock! But I think we should, we've spent a lot of time doing, like emergency construction and adding on to things and building temples and stuff today. I think that we're going to focus on the next little bit on, setting up the, the Necromancer Nightmare bullshit, as well as, just doing some general beautying up of the place a little bit. Well, I mean, the dwarves dug the rooms, you just get to watch them, but... Also, that artifact that was just made was a crown, yeah? This might also be the least doors I've ever made for a single fort. Because all of the bedrooms don't need doors. So I've made so few doors for this fort. If we were to get a were creature infestation in this fort, I'd just be fucked. Be that simple. We'd just be fucked. I'd have no way of stopping it. Also, hello, Beef Supreme Senior, as well as welcome back, Lumi Blade. We're about to get hit by an advertisement, but I'm not gonna really do much over the next minute, so just give it a minute. I'm not gonna move the camera. Some mod that introduces the thing from... Yeah, I saw that too. Here's the thing, right? No, here's the thing. There's a lot of mods that I look at where I'm like, I want nothing to do with that. And that's kind of how I feel about that one. It's not that it's necessarily a bad mod. It's probably a great mod, but it just doesn't fit with the Dwarf Fortress lore in my mind, and also just doesn't seem like it would be fun to deal with. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Just doesn't seem fun to me. If it's fun to you, then more power to you. Go nuts, but... It just really, I have a hard time. I think it would be worse than Werebeasts. Well, I mean, if it's lore friendly with the thing only needs to touch something. right? The thing only needs to touch something to the thing only needs to touch something to infect it. So I would, yes, think it would be worse than werebeasts. But who knows? Maybe I'm mistaken there. I'll just set this as a normal little meeting zone. Yes, yeah, this will be considered a sculpture garden. We're going to call this the vault. It's really just a forgotten beast composed of moss and peat. In Dwarf Fortress or that mod? Let's also find other dwarves that would be good in the military. Dwarf dreams of mastering a skill. Never becomes angry, also dreams of mastering a skill. It requires bite that tears. I still don't want it. I mean, as a big fan of the thing, I would need that to be an overhaul mod, meaning I would need the game to spawn with modern day gear and have the characters from the thing in it for me to be interested. Really? How many migrants am I going to get? Like 3? Can't be that many. It's a mechanic, a cook. Brings us up to 98 dwarves. You might want to run there, dudes. You might want to get inside. That's kind of scary. Now you want to watch it again? Yep. Thing's an incredible movie. Great soundtrack, too. Although it's really funny watching The Thing in the current year, because in the current year, it very much is just like, oh, right, yes, this is actually just the true story of Among Us, minus the cartoon Bean Spaceman. So it's kind of hysterical that way. I could queue up the military, or I could just let the dwarves run past. Which currently it does appear that they are. What? Oh. There's an undead donkey that they're beating to death. Yeah, so I do need to actually queue up the military. But they're both currently not working, so... Somebody got kicked to death by an undead donkey. Well, that's great.
Long time ago, I can still remember.
This doesn't seem good. Thank you very much for the 63rd month. Not quite nice, but getting there. Appreciate you, dude. How many dwarves are even stacked? That's a lot of teeth. Okay, you know what? I'm going to make a big mistake. I'm going to add this. The space. The squads are gearing up and coming up here. That's just a normal crow. We can remove these teeth and body bits and save the injured dwarves. Here comes the military. I don't know where you got a spear from, but apparently you got a spear. What are you doing, Lorabam? Claiborne, what are you doing? Claiborne, what are you doing? Claiborne, what are you doing? You fucking moron, Claiborne. Oh, well, he is dodging like an absolute goddamn trooper, though. Okay, just don't get hit, dude. I know that you were completely unarmed, and now you've got an undead bear on top of you. All right. Okay, next time you station up here, could you grab more than your loincloth and dress, please? Just a request. Well, I mean, he's still fighting. What a goddamn trooper. He went into a martial trance, in fact. He was completely unarmed. There he is. Claiborne. Yep, literally was just punching undead, giant, agitated polar bear man corpse. He wanted to inspire the troops. Definitely. He went in wearing his dress and his loincloth, and he punched some bears. That sounds like I'm talking about something else. He probably flashed them first to just, like, distract them, G&G Dave. They were so surprised and agitated from the glory that was the onslaught of Claiborne. I can kill a bear with my bare hands, yes. He's literally just punching them in the head, bruising the muscle, punches him in the head, dodges, punches him, dodges, wow. The agitated polar bear man charges at the Clay Commander and collides with Clay Commander. Clay Commander is knocked backwards. He stands up. RSG, are you looking forward to hanging out in Vegas? Apparently, like, my entire stream team's going too. Like, every single time I look at my team's Discord, somebody else is going to Vegas. It's like, Kiri's going to Vegas. I think FG is going to Vegas. I'm going to Vegas. Sui's going to Vegas. Jess is going to Vegas. It's gonna be interesting. And I think we're all just gonna say fuck the convention at some point and go to the Grand Canyon if we can find enough vehicles. Hobo's going to Vegas too. It'll be fun. You're moving right in time. When are you moving? Down, actually. Oh, man, Clay, you crazy dwarf. I need to make more booze. We need to celebrate Clay for this. And the most recent thing Clay did in this fight, he bit one to death. Chad, he bit one to death. He literally bit one to death. Punched it in the head, bruising the muscle, twists the neck, bites the agitated polar bear man corpse in the right upper arm, tearing the muscle. What a Chad dwarf. Good lord. Make an aluminum statue of Clay? You know, I might. Historical figure. Oh. Claiborne, what's your actual name? No, that's Locum, not Lorpam. I can read. Chance Rax. All right. Actually, you know what? Let's just specify a new image. Here's a historical figure. Locum Chance Rex. Okay. And a creature. Polar bear man. Dead. Polar bear man is dead. Bite. Punching, fighting with polar bear man. Polar bear man's laughing. Polar bear man is screaming, and we're gonna call this the. Oh, I can't call you the. The new dirt. Sounds like I'm referencing. What could we call it? Because I can't call it clay. It's because he always wants to be a military commander, devilish. That's how you get crazy feats of whatever. The wet dirt. The new beard! How's that? And I feel like we should rename the squad to the new beard. Keep working, done. All right. All right, what are they doing now? You're picking up equipment. Watch him just like go somewhere and just get like 3-shot by a giant undead eagle or something. Just wait. It's gonna happen. He's winded. Hold on, what did you actually pick up? Motherfucker, he picked up a sock. The reason he refused to go all the way out here with his gear is because he picked up a fucking sock. Now he's going to go get his gear. Man's got fucking priorities. He's like, oh, the gate's unlocked. I've been waiting all day to go get that sock from the surface. Fuck. Oh, that's hysterical. It is so dwarf, yeah. It really, really is. This was all a flex. I mean, you're paying for the flex. I mean, admittedly, you do it like 100 bits at a time, so unlike the people on the gift sub leaderboard, you're significantly more obvious about it, but you're still paying for the flex. Oh, God, that is hysterical, though. Let's just get all this crap down underground. Eurist McJerby, what kind of dwarf do you want? Who we fighting? We already did the fighting. Chat, you explained to Goth what Goth missed. It was free. What kind of dwarf would you like, though, Jerby? Do you want to be a military dwarf? Do you want to be a non-military dwarf? Do you want, I don't know, a cook? I appreciate your bit of input. Let me play it. I had to jump up to number 2, hey? Oh, no. You have an injured dwarf. Is somebody coming to help you? Yeah, wearing nothing but a dress and a loincloth. Soloed, not multiple. You soloed at least one and bit one to death wearing nothing but a dress and a loincloth. And the reason apparently he ran outside with nothing but a dress and a loincloth on was to equip a new pair of socks before he went all the way back down to go get his weapons after the fight was over. So that's what that's what you missed. Which, yes, is extremely Dwarf Fortress. Okay, so I got 2 dwarves coming up here to recover wounded. And so I made a statue out of it, which I'm making out of aluminum. A sock's life. Is that like a bug's life? Beard or no beard? Okay. You'd like a military dwarf, beard or no beard? Gotcha. I'll get you named in a minute. Oh no! Did you see something spooky? Oh no! There's more. There's fucking more of them. Well, this is not good. Oh no, never mind. It's not actually a full polar bear. It's just the polar bear's hand. And it seems like Zeng got it. So since Zeng got it, and that's the first military dwarf I saw, welcome to the fortress, Mick Jerby. Hammer McJerby is wielding a steel warhammer and a copper shield, because that's all that we really got. And you're now, you just killed another one. For kills, you have 1 notable kill, which is you killed a zombie dwarf, as well as 5 other kills. You are 61 years old. She is often inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things, and she is buffeted by others' emotions and can't help but respond to them. She is stingy with resources when working on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. She is very curious and sometimes to her detriment, and she is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. She has a very calm demeanor, and she does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, and she works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She doesn't often feel envious of others, and she tends to think before acting. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she tends to be passive in discussions, and she often feels discouraged. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she lives a fast-paced life, and she occasionally overindulges and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally, believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have, and values good craftsmanship. And she likes cryolite, platinum, violet sespertine, flying squirrel leather, cotton fabric, the color pale brown, earrings, and the words of the page of aquamarine. I don't know why I'm reading like this. And the sound of the aquamarine lyric. When possible, prefers to consume soul and swamp whiskey. Hates snails. She's real good friends with Unib. Looming danger? Looming is very danger. I can confirm. Oh no. Seriously injured dwarf ran away. All right, you. Wait, no, that's necro bullshit. I don't actually want you there. Okay, actually, you know, we can remove that now that I think about it. This is the one that I need up here. I don't think that's actually how swamp whiskey is made, but, you know. Also, chat, we've been streaming for 9 hours. We're going to go a little longer today, but I'm kind of thinking about playing something on stream that I haven't played in over a year. What do you think about that? Bringing something back that I've been saying I'll bring back for a bit and then just haven't. Let's do it. All right, we'll wait until this dwarf gets underground. Grab all your gear, dwarves, and get underground. All right. Oh no, dwarf is still locked above ground. Get down there, Claiborne. You doofus. But I think today has been very productive. We have acquired a vampire and a necromancer. Moods are generally better in the fortress. A few dwarves are still pissy, but, you know, is the way of things. We built and expanded a bunch of things. We have continued to expand upon this very silly, like, set of tunnels in this layer, which this layer kind of looks Factorio-y and like all these long straight edges, and this area just looks like a weird tumor or something. We caught and replaced our walrus, and we made a couple quantum stockpiles. We expanded things. Everybody's got bedrooms, I think. Does everybody have bedrooms? No, not everyone. Most dwarves have bedrooms. We'll get the other dwarves bedded up. We got the minecart route working, which will continue and extend a little bit. And yeah, I think today was a good stream, chat, so far for Dwarf Fort. We're not done with streaming, but we are done with the Dwarf Forts. Did it for the day. So now it's time for you guys to say goodbye, YouTube. Stop the unions. Only the Fishermen's Union? The other unions we accept. All right, chat. So